through is all about building an offer that sells itself. We are going to have an incredible day for you. If you are here on day 2, you know that it can be a wild, fun, adventurous time on these sessions. So make sure that you're here live. All right. Make sure that you're here with us and showing up and prioritizing this time. We are here focused on you. Focused on your business, your dream, you getting things moving forward and you taking action. So that is what this challenge is all about. And, you know, this is really us being able to extend to you over 30 plus years of combined experience between Anik and myself in both digital publishing and premium offers. And we really are just giving you everything that we've got. And those of you that were here yesterday and have been here the whole day or the whole last couple of days, many of you have recognized that the last 2 days, guys, how many, go ahead and type in the chat. How many of you, if all you had was just the first 2 days and we ended up ending the event right now, you got more than you ever could have imagined by being here a part of this challenge just within the first 2 days? I'm seeing a ton of me's in the chat box. Guys, that is what this challenge is about. We are here to over deliver every day, to show up for you no matter the circumstances, and to literally hand you everything that we know of collecting over the last 30 plus years and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of students all over the world from every major continent on the planet to share with you not only the major success, but also, guys, we're very transparent about the failures. Because those are the things that, quite honestly, you can learn from most. Some of the things that we struggle with, the failures. And yesterday, right, we faced some big challenges. It was not a perfect, everything was perfect yesterday. No, there were some obstacles and challenges. And guess what? You get to learn of the way to show up for your audience no matter the circumstances. That was a huge lesson for you guys yesterday. I appreciate you sharing that with us in the Facebook group. And here's the thing. Today, we're going to be talking about the offer. All right. We talked about funnels yesterday. We went through the business model of an information online business and building a digital empire on day 1. Today is going to be all about the offer. All right. Very, very important that you guys stay with us throughout this entire session today. I am going to be sharing with you some exciting bonuses on top of what the main focus is today with our keynote speaker. So we're going to be doing some exciting things all throughout the day today. All right. And then tomorrow we've got organic traffic. We're going to be talking about the ways to be able to drive free traffic into that amazing offer that you're going to be building today, into that incredible funnel system that you chose yesterday, into the path that truly suits you best. All right. And then we're going to be talking on day 5 about the first sale. So guys, make sure you keep coaching, you keep showing up. Keep showing up for these live sessions. All right. You guys have been doing incredible. Let's keep the momentum going. That's what the breadth of entrepreneurship really rests upon, is the momentum. So keep showing up and keep taking action, everybody. So what to expect here, right? It's 5 days, Monday through Friday. We're on day 3 right now. We start training every day at 10 a.m. Make sure that you're here live. You can show up a little bit early because I come on and we're able to go through, and have a little bit of fun before we officially get started. Replays are active for a limited time, and that is for your benefit. We do that intentionally to support you with taking action, all right? With not being willing to tolerate just waiting around or procrastinating here. This week is a challenge for you. And we recognize that our role to support you is to challenge you and to inspire you to take action. So we've got those action assignments. That is the homework that you can post in the Facebook group. All right. And that is where you're going to have those prizes. Okay. We've got $50,000 plus prizes this week that we are giving out to those of you taking action. Okay. We are rewarding those of you that are taking action. We are going to give every bit of incentive to those of you that are wanting to take action. We are going to reward you because we know how important that is in your journey. So go ahead and go into the Facebook group, right? That Lurn Facebook group. And guys, if you haven't done it already, make sure that you're posting in that Lurn group right now, letting people know day 3 is starting. Where are you at? Powerful day. We've got a special day for you, our keynote speaker, and also some really exciting things to be sharing with you today. So make sure that you're letting people know. We've got a lot of people that should be on here live. Let them know, hey, get here and make sure that you are on with us live today. All right. So that is where, in this group, The Lurn Nation group is where you're going to be sharing your homework, your wins, your celebrations, what you're getting out of this 5 days, why it's so powerful for you. And yesterday, I loved how many of you shared what it means to you that you have such an incredible community of Lurn and mentors here that truly care about you and your growth, right? We're not just here to feed you with a bunch of information. We're here to support you in inspiring meaningful action that allows you to grow, that allows you to progress forward, whatever it takes, no matter the circumstances, to find solutions. And I really appreciate that you guys shared that. And, the Lurn team was able to see that. Anik was able to see that. And it just means so much to us to know that that is something that is really meaningful to you. And it just inspires us to continue showing up for you. So that is the Facebook group where you can post all of that. All right. We got the entire community. We got over now 20,000 plus members in that community to connect with global entrepreneurs from all around the world. All right. So here's the thing. Let's talk about homework. All right. Did you pick or sketch out a simple funnel that you think you can start with? Did you guys do that? Type in a heck yes in the chat box if you did that. If you went ahead and you completed the homework from day number 2. All right. Awesome. I saw it. It was amazing. I thank you guys for putting up, for posting that, for taking action. That is what we must do all throughout this week. And quite honestly, I didn't get to go through this as in depth yesterday as I wanted to. So we'll talk about it today, just so that if any of you are just now joining us live, it's the first day you joined live. Here's the thing. To be able to get the most out of this experience, we really do need to come together on agreements. You and I really do need to come together on agreements to be able to make sure that you are getting the most out of this experience. I personally do not want you to go through this 5 days depriving yourself of the greatest gift that literally sets the standard for how you're going to do business moving forward, which is you showing up, taking action, and following through with these really important agreements that we get to be coming together on this week. All right. We're going to be right here with you honoring these agreements. All right. There's 5 important agreements. Before we get into the major content for today, I want to come together with you on to get the most out of not only today, but the rest of this week. All right. You guys cool with that? Agreement number one is to show up every single day. Show up and be here. Be here live when you can. Make sure that you prioritize this. This week is all about you and your business and your financial destiny moving forward. It's worth prioritizing. So show up, all right, every single day. We're showing up for you guys every single day. This is not easy. Anik mentioned it at the beginning, right? Anik mentioned it on day 1. Running an event like this is not easy. We are here live. We are here with you. We are here doing whatever it takes. And I know yesterday was proof of that, right? Show up with us. Show up as committed as we are to helping you achieve what you say you're committed to. Imagine the results you're going to see. Imagine the growth that's going to happen. You guys go ahead and type in a agree in the chat box if you can agree to that first one. Show up every day. Show up with the same level of commitment that we have for helping you achieve what you say you're committed to. Imagine what's going to happen moving forward when you do that. So that's agreement number 1. And again, we will honor that as well. I think we've proven that. We're going to continue to show up for you. This is going to be a big day today. We're going to have a lot of exciting things happening. We are going to show up for you. Agreement number 2. We talked about it before. I'll highlight it again. Trust the process. There's no point in you guys being here, right? If you're going to just take all the things that we're sharing with you, the absolute gold we are handing you, and you're going to sit there and question it, or you're going to sit there and think about it, or you're going to sit there and, look at it and say, hey, that sounds really cool, but then I'm going to do my other thing, right? I'm going to go watch more free YouTube videos and try to duct tape a business together. And thank you all for the amazing insights, but I'm going to try to figure this out on my own. Trust the process. Like Anik mentioned on day 1, guys, if you're here and you have made the decision, you know what? I trust Anik, I trust Jeremy, I trust and honor what Lurn stands for. And you know what? I know that they are here doing business for the right reasons. They're going to show up for me. And I'm going to accept them as my mentors. If that's the decision, show up here and trust the process. And come along that journey with us. We will walk with you through that journey. So trust the process. All right, guys, type in hashtag TTP in the chat box. Hashtag TTP. Hashtag TTP. Trust the process. Trust the process, guys. You got this. We're going to make it through it together, and we're going to continue growing beyond these 5 days. We're going to be here right here with you. You guys are now part of the Lurn family. How many of you truly, the last couple of days, give me an honest, genuine feedback, radical transparency, right? I want the honest feedback. How many of you the last couple of days has solidified how empowering and grateful you are that you're a part of this Lurn community? That Lurn is the place for you to grow with as an entrepreneur. That when you think entrepreneurship done well, with integrity in the marketplace, Lurn is the first thing that comes to your mind. Go ahead and type in Lurn Nation in the chat box if that is you. Go ahead and type in Lurn Nation if in the chat box if that is you. The last couple of days have solidified it. This is the place I'm going to grow. This is the place that I'm going to turn to. These are the mentors that I'm going to trust. And this is what I'm going to create in my life and in my business. Trust the process, guys. We'll be right here with you. Here's the third agreement. Okay. The third agreement, I talked about this yesterday and introduced this to many of you. Many of you, this was a huge breakthrough for you. It is this very foundational principle that really Lurn rests upon. And it is radical transparency. Radical transparency. And the way that I'm going to share it with you in this context, guys, I think you all have recognized over the last couple of days, we're not here to sell you a damn thing. We are showing you what it takes to not sell freaking programs, but to truly solve problems, to serve your audience. And quite honestly, I don't know if any of you have any understanding of the way that I teach the art of enrollment and the innovative way that I teach that in the marketplace. Guys, I just don't tolerate this whole idea of just trying to sell or convince you. I am not here to convince you that you should live your dream. If I need to do that, quite honestly, sign off right now. Sign off right now. There's nothing I can do to help you. There's nothing we can do to help you. If we have to sell you on doing what is necessary and what's required to live your dream, we've got other things that we need to start building up, right? And so this is a place where we're going to give it to you straight. We're going to be radically transparent, and we are going to be damn proud to share with you the things that have helped our students get the best results. We are not going to hold back from that. We are not going to be ashamed of that. We are going to be damn proud to share with you exactly what our students are doing. We're not going to hide anything. We're going to give you exactly what they're up to, exactly what they've gone through, give you the insight into what they're doing, and they're absolutely going to share with you what they've been through, the programs that they've gone through, the mentorship and the depth of coaching that they have received here. And if that comes up, awesome. We're going to share with you what that looks like. Today, we're going to go into a little bit about what that would look like if you decide, you know what, I want to go beyond these 5 days. I want to continue working with you guys and take this to the next level. We'll share with you later today after everything has been given to you, after we've gone through after we've gone through our keynote. I'm happy to share with you what that would look like, and you can connect with us if that is the thing that you want to do. And we will be happy to have that conversation, right? There's not a sales page that you need to be going to, and there's no program. You must qualify to be able to work with us at the level that would allow us to serve you that has any relevancy to what we're speaking to this week, all right? So I just want to be radically transparent about that. And I want to be very clear. Guys, we are a business. Lurn is the transformational home for what? For charities? No. For entrepreneurs. For people that are looking to make a difference in the world and truly honor what they have to offer and not be ashamed to make as much money as they possibly can, making the biggest difference they never thought possible. So that is what we want for you. We want you to be able to build wealth at a level that creates a generational shift in your family, which means you getting rich so that you can enrich the lives of others, so that you can do something meaningful with your business. There's more than enough businesses out there, especially online, that are just a bunch of crap, and they don't do it for anything other than just the next dollar. That is not what we are here to do. We're here to help you build a business that you can be proud of. And when you go to the marketplace, you're not ashamed to say, yes, I make money. And guess what? This is how it helps you. I reinvest it into supporting your journey. I reinvest it into helping you grow. I reinvest it into coaches, into mentors, into people around you that surround you and help you create something meaningful. Because that's what we do here at Lurn, right? Guys, when you invest to work with us at any level, when you invest and you say, you know what, I'm going to get behind what Lurn stands for, and I'm going to run through the end of the earth with them. When you take that road with us, guys, we reinvest into making that experience for you and for everyone in this community at a level you can't even think possible. That's what we're here to do. And we are proud of that. We're proud that Anik has earned over $500 million. Where do you think that money went? Do you think that it's just sitting in Anik's bank account and he's just, hanging out and sipping margaritas? No, he's reinvested most of that into creating what we now have the blessing to come together on, this entire community of Lurn. Hell, he built a 30,000 foot Lurn center that unfortunately we haven't been able to use in the last year and a half, but for a good half, 3 or 4 years, we had people from all over the world coming together. He didn't have to build that. That was a $3 or $4 million facility. That was reinvested into you guys. Okay. So how many of you type in relief, knowing that you guys are a part of something where, listen, we're here to just be radically transparent, and we are here proud of what we have to be able to offer those of you that are serious about creating radical transformation in your life. How many of you really appreciate and are relieved that, oh my gosh, thank God I can go through this challenge, not worrying about somebody just like pitching me every single second of the day, but I can get more value than I could have ever imagined. And you know what? Yes, I actually know what it would look like and have the choice, the free will choice to make a decision to work with people that, I really do see myself being able to grow with. How many of you appreciate that? That is what is here for you. I just want to be radically transparent about that. All right. And when we talk about, things this week about what it looks like, we're going to be very clear that you need to qualify, that you need to make sure that you are showing up, and we will lay everything out for you. All right. So can you guys, I'm seeing a lot of relief. I really appreciate that. I know that's relieving for me, right? Like think of, for example, like when you go to a restaurant, right? When you go to a restaurant, like a really, really good restaurant, the service is incredible. They treat you so well. They welcome you when you come in the door. They are truly looking to serve you. Do you really feel like, wow, do you walk out of there feeling like, man, they really just like upsold me on the banana cheesecake? Like, oh man, they suck, right? It's like, no, you really appreciated that they served you well. And you know what? Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to buy the banana cheesecake. Absolutely. Let's do it. Because they're willing to show up for you. So I know I appreciate that. And it's certainly what we are here to teach you guys and doing in the marketplace, because we want a community of entrepreneurs not out there just making the next transaction. We are looking to help build you and your digital empire at a level where you can go out there and you can make more money and you know what to do with by actually doing something right by it, by actually enriching the lives of others doing it. So I hope you guys can resonate with that. And again, that agreement of just being radically transparent, I wanted to make that clear with you. And that is agreement number 3. Okay. Can you type in agree in the chat box if we're on the same page there? Awesome. Awesome, guys. So agreement number 4 is to remove all levels of complacency. Remove all levels of complacency and be willing to just get uncomfortable this week. Because we're definitely going to challenge you to do that. Okay. Do whatever is required to support the vision you have coming in here. You have a reason as to why you're in this event in the first place. Whatever is required of you, you must be willing to do. There's actually 2 main gateways that I talk about when it comes to living your vision, not just thinking about your vision, not just hoping for your vision, but living your vision every single day. There are 2 gateways that you must be willing to face. Most people aren't willing to face even the first one. The first gateway is you must be willing to ask yourself, what am I willing to sacrifice in order to live this vision? Are you willing to sacrifice? Are you willing to prioritize a couple hours out of your day to be here and focus during a week out of your life to be able to create a different path? Are you willing to sacrifice maybe those long weekends with friends to be able to put attention to your dream? What are you willing to sacrifice? It's a very important gateway to cross, because all the fancy success in cars and all that fun stuff that you see out there on social media, it's really cool to think, man, I really want that one day. But be willing to face that first gateway. Are you willing to sacrifice for it? Right? You can do anything, but you cannot do everything. You need to be able and willing to focus your attention and energy towards what matters most. And are you willing to sacrifice everything else? Right? So that's a big question. Number two, once you cross that first gateway, it's now on to the second. And this is where most people decide to walk away and quit, because this is a difficult one. This is a difficult realization. This is your wake-up call. Gateway number 2 is you being willing to come face to face with the reality that whatever is in alignment with your vision, whatever is required to support and live that vision today, whatever is required, you must do. No negotiation, no conversation about it, no sitting around to think about it. You must do it. Those are the two gateways. Now, please understand and appreciate that those two gateways and everything that we just talked about rest upon, okay, the reality that I'm assuming you are operating from the same level of integrity and standard of excellence that we teach here at Lurn, which means your vision aligns with you actually building a business that matters and is going to do right by people. In which case, whatever is required of you to do that, you must do. Make sense? Those are the two gateways. So be willing to get uncomfortable. That's agreement number 4. Be willing to get uncomfortable. Be willing to get really, really, really uncomfortable and no longer allow what has held you back to stop you, right? Type in no, never again. Type in never again in the chat box. Never again. Never again will you allow staying in your comfort zone to hold you back from living the dream. Living the dream that is going to force you to be uncomfortable, force you to grow beyond your comfort zone. Never again will you allow yourself to allow barriers to hold you back from making decisions that matter. Never again. Can we all type that in there? Never again in the chat box. There we go. I'm seeing you guys. You guys are awesome. Again, seriously, the way you're showing up this week reflects the standard in which you need to continue moving forward. Because agreement number 5 is that you must be willing to take immediate, imperfect, decisive action. Agreement number 5, immediate, imperfect, decisive action. It's not going to look perfect, guys. Yesterday, I think, was a testament to that. But guess what? We still got it done. We still made it happen. And life and your business continues to move forward. So take immediate, imperfect, decisive action. Can you guys type that in the chat box? IIDA. IIDA, immediate, imperfect, decisive action. That is our bold claim this week. That is our bold mantra this week. Immediate, imperfect, decisive action. You guys ready for that? That's what we are in agreement on this week. All right? Type in grateful if you appreciate that we're willing to come together with you, not just, again, on throwing information your way, but coming together on agreements that actually matter when it comes to you progressing forward so that you are set up to win. Type in grateful in the chat box if you appreciate that. We're not just, again, like yesterday, we didn't just throw things at you and say, hey, good luck. We are setting the tone for you being able to do this and do it well. You guys appreciate that? Awesome. We're going to have something really special for you today, okay? And if the team can get this ready, we have something special. Let me just kind of lay this out for you, and then we're going to get into it. We are going to be talking about, all right, we are going to be talking about offers today, okay? We are going to be talking about offers. We have a very, very special keynote today, and we're going to be talking about why it's so important to create a killer offer. And our goal is that by the end of today, with the homework and everything you're going to be doing, you've identified a killer offer that you can move forward with, and we can go into tomorrow about how to drive traffic to that offer, all right? We're going to talk about the life-changing wisdom and introduce you to the life-changing wisdom with marketing legend Perry Belcher, all right? And we will talk about an opportunity to get our hands on help, like I mentioned, building your digital empire. We'll have some very special guests on later today to be able to share a little bit deeper insight into their success, what they're doing and what they're up to. And I'll actually go through. I'm going to give you guys beyond the main event today, which is this keynote, okay? Which is Perry Belcher and him sharing his wisdom with you. I'm going to do something a little bit special afterwards. So we're going to come back on, and just to be radically transparent, over the last couple of days, right? It's been challenging. So it's been a challenge for you doing the work here. Guys, it's been a challenge for us. It hasn't been easy, right? Between yesterday and everything getting shut down, and we had to find solutions to, Anik. I had to step in here for Anik. Anik had a personal issue that I had to go to. Everybody's fine. Everything's good. But he needed to attend to that. And so I'm here with you. We are delivering no matter what. And what we actually found out this morning was, actually, I think it was late last night, if not this morning. So Perry had messaged Anik directly, I believe, and let him know that there was a conflict with his schedule and he was not able to make it here with us live. But here's the thing. We were not going to tolerate you not walking away without Perry's wisdom. He is such an incredible legend in this industry. So here's what we did for you guys. Is Perry's been with us for a long time in terms of supporting and offering amazing insight to our community. And so what we did is we have a previous recording that we did with him that you're going to be able to get access to. And he's going to walk you through his entire offer creation formula, every little detail. And it's actually going to be Anik walking, walking with you through that conversation with Perry Belcher. All right. We did not want you walking away today without his wisdom, without the insight that will absolutely blow your mind. This is a presentation that Perry gave to a community. This was actually one of our last events before the end or before, everything got shut down in February, March of 2020. So we had a live event. We brought amazing industry experts together, like 100 industry experts together, Perry Belcher being one of them. He was able to share a presentation that just absolutely blew the minds of everybody in the room. And we wanted to make sure that he was able to share that with you, get that wisdom to you guys, and be able to make today really, really special. Again, no matter the circumstances, it's just a little bit unfortunate, everything that happened and has unfolded. But guess what? We're showing up for you. And so here's what we're going to do. We're actually going to have that presentation handed to you today. All right. So you're going to watch that right now with us live here. You're going to watch that presentation. And then after it, what we're going to do is I'm actually going to bring on the director of copy from Lurn, and we're going to have a conversation about how we implement what Perry is talking about and the offer, formula that he discussed. We're going to talk about the way that that is being implemented right now in Lurn. How awesome is that? Go ahead and type in a wow if you are like, this is awesome. This is amazing. I can't wait. I'm so excited and grateful to be part of the Digital Empire Challenge. Yes, that's what we're going to do. All right. So you're going to get all the wisdom from Perry about offers and his formula. And then we are going to come back on. And here's what I'm going to do. We're going to not only go through the way that Lurn is implementing this right now with our own director of copy. Okay. He's going to come on with us and I'm going to go through that. I'm going to do something special as well. I'm going to do kind of a bonus session, and that is bringing on a couple of our students to share with you. I'm also going to go through some really powerful ways that our students are creating killer offers. I'm going to walk you through those. All right. And if we have enough time, I'd like to also share with you the offer that I actually enrolled, the premium offer that I actually enrolled Anik into. How many of you would like to know exactly what that looks like and how that unfolded and all the amazing, amazing killer offers that the students we have that are crushing it, that are doing $10, $20, $50, $100,000 a month, what those offers look like, what they were doing, and also hear from a couple of them later today after the core of today has been done. How many of you are up for that? All right, awesome. So we've got a really, really powerful day for you today. Let's go ahead and dive in and get started. And I'm going to bring on, we're going to bring on Anik. Anik is going to go ahead and intro Perry Belcher. This is the legend himself. Be ready to take notes. Let's go ahead and dive in with Mr. Perry Belcher. Anik, take it away.
The individual that I'm going to introduce to you, I go way back with him. He doesn't know. It's someone I've followed very closely, and for years. I mean, probably over a decade now. And one of the reasons I followed him so closely is because he's a serial entrepreneur. Even today, every day I'm on Facebook, I see him. He's got something new going on. And he's got his hands and paws in all kinds of businesses, which I love, right? There's a reason I said I'm launching a watch brand. I'm doing it smartly. I've thought it through. I've researched everything. But the reason I'm doing it is because I also want to try other stuff. An entrepreneur innately wants to do new things and other things. I've mastered digital publishing. I love it. I've led multiple companies in the world of digital publishing. I've gone into SaaS. I've done very well with SaaS. And now e-com is where I want to go. Well, this individual has been all around the block, built many, many successful companies. Now, one thing I did not know about him until years ago was that his claim to fame, his true expertise is copywriting. I just did not know that. Oh, what is SaaS? Someone said, what's SaaS? It's software as service, basically a software company. And so then all of a sudden I start learning, well, hold on. this guy does copywriting. Copywriting is one of my biggest passions. I start looking into his copy training. My mind is blown. This is years ago, and it makes perfect sense. He has an eye for great offers, great products. He knows how to position them, how to sell them. And I'm like, well, this is exactly why he's so successful. So then we're running this event last year, right before the lockdown, like literally days before the lockdown. And a month before the event, he messages me, and him and I have said hi, hello to each other in the past, but like he actually messages me and says, hey, I want to come to the event. I was actually fairly starstruck. I'm like, wow, this is awesome. I get to meet Perry. And not only did he show up, he came, he spoke, of course, blew everybody away. Then he did a keynote talk at our virtual event where he ended up talking about the topic he's going to talk about today, which just, I don't even know if he knows this, by the way, the talk that he did, I took that video. Everybody in my marketing team has been required to watch it. Everybody everyone in my copywriting team, we actually have an entire document with checkpoints. When we have new offers coming out, they have to go through these checklists. It cannot reach my table for review unless they can confirm that it has matched Perry's offer checklist. And I asked Perry if he would come on and teach offers because I don't know how else to teach it. I was like, Perry, I'm going to end up just teaching your stuff. And I don't want to do that. I'd rather have him teach it. And he was kind enough, even though he's traveling, he's all over the place. He's like, he'd come on and teach today. So man, I am super excited. Mr. Perry Belcher. I don't know if you could hear me, if you can, I think I have to actually allow you to unmute.
There you are. My video this morning. I'm in a hotel room in Miami, and I had a good dinner last night with an old friend I hadn't seen in a while. So I had a little whiskey. So you might not want to see me this morning. I don't know if I want to see me this morning or not. Yeah.
Living the true entrepreneurial life. Everyone type in hi Perry and tell him we love seeing him. Perry, man, thank you for doing this. I'm really excited to have you. We've got just a very large group of individuals here who are learning information marketing. They're learning the business of selling courses, selling content, selling information, something I know you know a ton about in all of the different aspects of it, from live events to masterminds to courses. And really today is all about, man, how to create an amazing offer. And honestly, I'm going to shut up because you've got the best training on the market for this stuff. And I'd love to just turn things over to you and hear about it. Thank you so much again for doing this.
Yeah, sure, man. Thanks, Anik. I really appreciate being on and hi to everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. So let me bring up this presentation real quick. Yeah. So thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well up in Maryland. I know it's cold there. It's a frigid 78 degrees outside here in Miami right now. So
humble brag.
Wherever you guys are freezing in the world, wow, you could always move. So no, I appreciate it. Yeah. So this talk is a little different. I've done, full-blown 3-4 day events on how to create copy and how to create offers. And, I think you've done a great job at teaching people, over the years, multiple ways to create a winning offer. What I noticed this past year, especially during COVID, was how many people come to me. I buy and sell businesses now. I invest in businesses. I partner. That's what I do. I don't really sell information products anymore at all. I don't have anything for sale. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I love the business, actually. It's just, I just do something different now, right? So I buy and sell businesses. So when I get an information publisher that comes to me and wants me to invest in their business, and we are able to pick up that business, and they come in for their first 2 days, right? We bring everybody in for 2 full days. If we make an investment in the company, they come in for 2 days, and I sit in a room with them and we walk through the business. The first thing we do is draw 4 big blocks on the wall, because almost everybody in this space, unlike you, actually, Anik, have an incomplete business. In other words, they have them. Usually, I always say they have the middle, right? They've built an information product. They, they're figure out a way to sell it by a webinar with a partner or affiliates or what have you. And they made some money and they believe that that's the whole business. And that's the unfortunate part. And it's where I hate to say take advantage of them, but I do kind of take advantage of them because I'll buy into that business for very little money because it's not very valuable. And then by adding the other pieces of the puzzle, I make the company very, very valuable. And when it becomes very valuable, we usually sell them on the other side and everybody makes a whole bunch of money, including me. And that's sort of my business model now. So I invented this framework called Gold, Maps, Shovels, and Guides. It's an easier way for people to understand why they need all these parts in their business. But if you generally speaking, if you check all 4 pillars of this, you'll at least triple your profits in your business. And I think triple is a pretty low, actually it's pretty low, to be frank with you. A lot of times we'll 10x the business by just making sure these other boxes are checked. So if you don't know me, I'm co-founder of Digital Marketer, Warren Mastermind, a company called Native Commerce. It's an Inc. 500 company, and the founder of Olympus Peak Media. So we're partners with the Agora companies. That's kind of who cares, right? I've sold about $500 million worth of product online. That's probably the more important part. Most of it being, I don't know if most of it, but a large percentage of it being information publishing. So like I said, what I see every day are those, people have one part, but there are really 4 parts to a good information business. And that's acquisition products to bring people into your funnel. I'm sure that Anik's going to talk a lot about, I keep wanting to say Yannick because Yannick Silver is my friend. That kills me. And you guys are neighbors, right? So they're acquisition products, which I'm kind of the king of that. That's what I'm really good at. There are information products and training. There are tools and services, and there's mentorship and consulting, right? And like if you look at Anik's business right now, I'm sure that he has all 4. If you look at anybody's business in this space that's doing $20 million or more a year, they typically have all 4 boxes checked. If you look at the people that are doing under $1 million or $1 million or $2 million, they typically have one of these boxes checked, sometimes 2, but rarely even 2, right? So my job when I bring these companies in is to make sure they have all the boxes checked. So let's let me tell you about it with a story. So imagine that a friend of yours came to you today and said, "Hey, I've heard that there's gold. They're mining for gold and they're finding gold right now in South Florida," right? Because I'm in South Florida. And you said, "Man, I want that gold. I'd like to have some gold." You'd have to have a few things before you went out and searched for this gold. You'd have to really believe there was gold there. And it'd have to be a gold, the kind of gold that you wanted, right? It might not, that maybe there's lead or tin or something you don't want. It's got to be the thing you want, right? 2, you would need a map to get to where the biggest hoard of the gold was. 3, when you got there, you would want to have a shovel, a bucket, or ideally a bulldozer to help you take the gold out of the ground. And if you're really smart and you wanted to cut out all the mistakes and avoid mistakes, you would hire a guide to go with you when you went on this mining expedition. So, gold mining 101 is a goal you really want. How do I go about locating it? Can I quickly and easily dig it up? And is someone else coming along to make sure that I don't make a mistake? So first, let's talk about the gold. So this is the challenge that I find with most offers. Everybody teaches copywriting. A lot of people teach copywriting and they do a really good job of it, right? There's a lot of good courses on copywriting in the market. You can learn from Anik. You can learn from guys like John Carlton. You learn by reading books by John Caples that were printed years ago. You learn from Dan Kennedy. A lot of people do a good job at teaching copywriting and everybody really wants to master that art, right? But here's the big deal. It doesn't matter if you haven't truly gotten to what the individual you're talking to wants, right? And I see it over and over and over again that entrepreneurs decide what they want to sell to their market because it's what they want to sell. It's not necessarily what the market wants, right? So really understanding at a psychological level why people want a thing is totally different. So some good examples of this are, the Heinz company, when it first started, the Mr. Heinz, who started Heinz company, felt that everybody in the world wanted vinegar. That's what they wanted. They wanted vinegar. And he went out door to door selling vinegar. And one of his customers was buying vinegar from him, was pouring into a concoction with tomatoes and making like a saucy tomato stuff that people like putting on their food called ketchup. And Heinz ended up making ketchup himself and became a hugely successful entrepreneur. But it wasn't what he thought he was going to sell. So you may be in a business right now where you're selling a thing and you don't, I'm trying to get this out of my way. There we go. Yeah, you may be in a business right now where you're trying to sell a thing that people don't really want, but they want some part of what you're selling, right? The next is the Ivory Company. They were started by two twin brothers, and they decided to go door to door selling candles back in the 1800s. But people didn't want candles; they wanted soap. Procter and Gamble. So Procter and Gamble became Procter and Gamble are a brother and a brother-in-law that started that company. They went out selling candles. Turns out everybody wanted soap. When they started selling soap, everything turned around. They became wildly successful. The Hershey's company started out selling caramels and eventually understood that people really wanted chocolate. So my point is, take a look at what you're selling and make sure, number one, that the market really wants your gold, because if you're coming to me with the greatest sales letter in the world to sell me tampons, I'm not a buyer. You're in the wrong market, right? I don't want that. I might want something else. So you got to find out exactly what somebody wants. And you got to make sure you're fishing in that pond. So I forget what the duck is. What's their desired end result? So how do you determine that? So what people don't understand is at the end of the day, people buy products to get a result. They don't buy products for the sake of the product, right? They don't buy ketchup because they want ketchup. They buy ketchup because it makes stuff taste better. They don't buy soap because they want soap. They want to buy soap because they don't want to smell bad. They want to smell good. They want to be clean, in the end, they buy chocolate because it makes them feel better, right? So what's the desired end result of the customer? So that's what you should be concentrating on. When you're about to sit down and write your offer, write your copy, think about peeling the onion back, right? What's in it for me? What's that one thing that you can get across very, very quickly that's a benefit in the life of the person they're going to get from buying your product? They don't care about the product itself. They don't care about you. They care what the desired end result is going to be once they buy the product. What are they going to get it, or what's in it for me? And I know I'm beating this up and it sounds super duper simple. And y'all are probably saying, well, yeah, gee, Perry, yeah, I know that. Maybe you do, but really go back and look at your offers and what you're planning on selling and make sure that you're talking to the emotional need of the person, right? And we're going to talk about that a little more in a second. So what's in it for me? Billy Mays was a hero of mine. He did this better than anybody else in the world. I don't know if you guys can hear this or not, but I'll play this little.
Hi, Billy Mays here for the Handy Switch, the new wireless light switch that lets you control any lamp from anywhere. Just pick the lamp you want to control and plug it into the remote receiver. Then simply peel.
Right. So Billy would always show at the first of his, he called it the money shot. Billy would always show at the very front of his commercials, why you need this product and what it's going to do for you. If you don't get that what's in it for me out in your offer within the first 3 to 7 seconds, you're going to lose the customer. Now, this is talking about an acquisition product, something they're going to spend a little bit of money on to bring them into your fold. I call it a tripwire. I invented that term, I don't know, 13 years ago. And now everybody in the market talks about tripwires. So, but anyhow, I always like to have an acquisition product, a really low risk product that brings people into my fold, not necessarily as a prospect, but as a, not necessarily as a prospect, but as a buyer, a low end buyer. So in order to get that dialed in and get crystal on the desired end result of the client, you have to do a couple of things. I call it peeling the onion, because here's the deal. Nobody buys a drill because they want to drill. They buy a drill because they want a hole, right? Everybody wants a desired end result. But when you get into most products, like information products particularly, if they're about being in better health, or if they're about making more money, there are really three big markets in information publishing, the broad market. It's get rich, get skinny, and get laid, right? Get happy, right? Get laid, get happy, interchangeable, right? So there's the get rich market, the get skinny market or healthy market, and there's the get laid market, I call it. So there are really only three big buckets that people buy information in, generally speaking. And then they buy very specialized information within those buckets. But let's talk about those real quick. The get rich market, right? Or the make money market. One of the reasons you guys are here right now, get rich market is a terrible term, but the make money market, the entrepreneurial market, that term has been bastardized out to where now if you teach anybody how to do anything, you're supposedly a bad guy. But a lot of people including me, made millions of dollars by being on seminars and taking courses and reading books just like you're doing right now. So pat yourself on the back for that and tell everybody else to screw off. This is where you should be filling your brain, right? But you got to understand why people want financial success. If you're going to be successful at selling financial success products, you got to understand why people want financial success at an emotional level, right? And generally speaking, it's because a lot of men want to be more attractive to women. Women want to be more attractive to men. That's number one. Number two, they could have a rooted challenge from childhood that says you're never going to be anything, and they've got something to prove to people. But generally speaking, they want four big things. They want security, status, love, or improvement. Now, I'll bet you if I ask you guys right now, as a matter of fact, I don't think I can see the poll, but I'd love for people to type in right now which one they think is the most powerful. What's the thing that drives people the most? What's the most powerful motivator of people to move forward, and what do they really, really, really want? So number one, security. We'll talk about that. Yeah, we'll talk about status first, right? So status is number one. Status is by far away number one, right? If you can imagine when you're about to sell somebody something that they're holding up a scale, right? And like a lawyer scale, right? And on one side of the scale is risk, and on the other side of the scale is status, right? So, for instance, if you want to buy a Mercedes-Benz tomorrow, that might increase your status. But if you can't pay your mortgage, that's going to decrease your status. So you don't do it. Another very common reason that you might not buy something that increases your status is because of a fear of embarrassment or fear of loss, right? You might buy a course. When I was selling courses, you might have bought a course from me. It's $1,000. You may not buy it, even though you know that course is going to increase your status. But spending $1,000, if it turns out that the course sucks, you're going to feel stupid. The fear of disappointment is by far, listen to this and write this one down. The fear of disappointment is by far the reason people don't buy. Because status, if you feel duped or you feel stupid, if you feel embarrassed emotionally, right? If they feel there's a risk of that, they're not going to buy, because the promise of status, the promise of increasing status wasn't strong enough to overcome their fear of disappointment, right? That's it. That sounds like it's a pretty heady psychological statement, but try to understand that. So you're out there looking to buy something, and you don't want to buy that thing because, like, for instance, I'll give you an example. I looked at a Hyundai Genesis before I bought my last car. And if you haven't seen one of these cars lately, they're unbelievable. They're nicer than a Mercedes-Benz. They really are. And they're like 50 grand. It's an amazing value. But at the core, to me, it was still a Hyundai. So I wasn't going to buy it because I was afraid I was going to spend my 50 grand and I was going to be disappointed with the purchase later because it was going to turn out to be a piece of junk because Hyundai cars are not necessarily the greatest cars in the world. So that's an example of status. A different example of status, a really interesting one. I drive a Rolls Royce now, right? So I've wanted a Rolls Royce for many years. I could afford a Rolls Royce for many years, but I didn't buy one until just a couple of years ago. And the reason why, I lived in a middle-class neighborhood because I have kids and they wanted to play with other kids. And rich neighborhoods are a terrible place to raise kids, by the way. There's nobody for them to play with. So I lived in a middle-class neighborhood. I didn't buy, this is a weird one. I didn't buy the Rolls Royce, even though it would elevate my status of driving a car. But in my neighborhood that was middle class, I might look like an asshole for having a Rolls Royce, right? So I didn't buy the car because it would deflate my status, oddly enough, amongst my neighbors, and I would look pretentious. So there's all kinds of reasons people think about this. But when you're about to offer them their thing, how are you going to make sure that they feel confident that they're going to get an elevation of their status without risking disappointment? It's quite a little balance you have to play, but it's super, super, super important. The second one is love. So I sell a lot of memberships now and communities, right? So status, by the way, is driven by a brain chemical called serotonin, right? So if you can stimulate this brain chemical called serotonin, people believe that their status is going to raise. You can sell them just about anything in the world. The second brain chemical is called oxytocin, and that's love. It's called the love drug, right? So people love to be in communities. So when I'm building an offer now, I typically try to figure out how I can elevate someone's status and put them in a community where they can keep that status elevated, help them meet people that are a great circle for them and help them grow and support them, right? Just like Anik's Facebook group. It's a great place for you. You may come an Anik's offer, you may come an Anik's world, purchase an information product to build business, which, by the way, everything I've ever seen of Anik's was outstanding, super solid work, and I highly recommend what he sells. But you may come out of that ether and go, well, I got all this now, but now I'm all alone. I'm sitting in my spare bedroom trying to figure out how to make money on the internet. You get disappointed and lonely. Being inside a community where you get love, basically, people who understand you, is strong. Write this down, by the way. If you want to really connect to people, this is a statement I learned a few years ago that just blew me away, and I totally got it. It was from a guy named Rory Sutherland, who wrote a book called Alchemy. It's the best book I've ever read. I mean, literally, I've read thousands of books. It's called Alchemy by Rory Sutherland. And he said that, I'm going to paraphrase the statement, but this is pretty much it. People fall in love with people that they feel understand them. People fall in love with other people whom they feel understand them. We all think that people fall in love with people like us, all those things. Totally not true. All those things help for camaraderie. But the truth is, you meet somebody totally different than you. But if you feel like they really understand you, your needs, your troubles, your fears, your dreams, then you can fall in love with that person, right? And that's why these peer groups are so important, because they give you that love. And then, let me see. So I'll do security last. The biggest mistake that most information publishers make is selling something for improvement. So I'll tell you a story. So many years ago, I worked with a guy who helped dentists get more customers, right? And we had a hell of a time trying to sell dentists on getting more dental patients. Even though they're dentists, they're in the dental business, seemed like the easiest thing in the world to do would be to sell them systems to help them to get more dental patients. Turns out at the end of the day, everybody that's a dentist pretty much hates being a dentist. So by improving on improving their dental practice wasn't at all appealing to them. We ended up selling real estate investing advice to those people. And it was very, very, very successful because they didn't want to improve their dental practice. They wanted to abandon it and replace it with something different. Now, this is another pretty cool concept to get in your head. 78% of the people who bought a car last year didn't need a car. 78% of the people who bought a car last year did not need a car. They had a perfectly fine, perfectly functioning automobile to take them from place A to place B, probably much nicer than their parents before, right? They just wanted something new. They just wanted to replace the old car with a new car. Divorce, I think, is rampant because, do you really want to go to marriage counseling, or do you just want to get a new girlfriend or a new boyfriend or new husband or new wife, right? Replacement, the new, is always so exciting that it's really, really, really easy to sell. And here's why. Generally speaking, if you're selling improvement, we'll take marriage counseling for a minute. If you're selling improvement, the best a person can hope for is to get back to where they were when they started, right? If you're selling new has infinite possibilities, right? So it really does matter. So when you're writing your offers, think about, number one, how can I really impress upon people that's going to increase their status? How can I put them in a community where they feel love and support? And how can I give them a total replacement for something they're doing in their life right now that's totally new, totally exciting? It's an aha moment, right? Something that gets to their desired end result emotionally of what they really want to be in life, or gets them either out of pain or toward pleasure, right? So getting someone toward pleasure, riches and hot cars and beautiful girls and fancy planes and all that stuff, that's always going to sell. I will give you a real pro tip. And if you take this to heart, which I bet most of you won't, those who do will be more successful. People will pay a lot more to get out of pain than they will to move toward pleasure. They don't believe in the attainability of success. If you can sell them if I can sell a person on getting out of poverty, that'll sell way better than selling a person on how to get rich, right? People want out of pain, right? They really do. And they'll do whatever to get out of pain, where they might want to be successful, but they just have a problem believing they can be successful. They have a mental holdback. It's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault. It's just something is holding them back mentally. So, and then lastly, security. I'll hit on security last. There are a group of people that will buy for security. And I don't mean to be sexist or anything here, but largely women buy for security. Women are much more pragmatic than men. Men can be wide-eyed dreamers. Women are typically more practical, and they're usually also charged maternally with taking care of kids and making sure those kids are okay. I personally love hiring women to be CEOs of my company, right? My companies. I have almost exclusively female CEOs, and there's a reason for that. They're stable. They're more cautious. My salespeople, I like guys as salespeople a lot of times because they are kind of risk takers and a little wilder. But men and women sell kind of equally. But when it comes to running a company and managing a profit loss statement and being careful with money and things like that, I always prefer female CEOs. Now, would I hire a guy CEO? Of course I would, and I have one or two. And I don't mean to embarrass them if they're on this right now, but I just really think that security is a driver. So if you're selling a product largely to women, I would definitely incorporate the security aspects. It's a little harder to sell to women because you got to give them status and love and security, but stay away from improvement. Okay, I hope that helps. The other thing that's when you're about to make an offer, we're still on the first block, by the way. When you're about to make somebody an offer, and I'm not going to talk about copywriting today, before you get copy down, you got to get this down, right? If you start writing copy and spend a lot of time writing copy and you're pointed in the wrong direction, you're going to lose no matter how good the copy is. So I want to make sure that you get your head straight, in here. By the way, that's my cell phone number at the bottom of the screen. If you guys need help with anything after this, or got a business you think I want to invest in, or you're looking for a new career, whatever, feel free to text me. I don't sell anything. I'm not here to sell anything. I don't want to sell anything. That's Anik's business, and this is his show. And I strongly recommend and authorize his products with my highest recommendation. But if I can help you somehow, let me know. So what's their vehicle, right? So this is a part that people don't connect the dots with. So let's say that you're selling a product to increase someone's income, right? And you haven't given them a vehicle yet, right? I watch this a lot of times in women's conferences. You go to women's conferences and there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of rah-rah. And that's true with some of the men's conferences too. There's a lot of rah-rah about success and tactics of success and all that. But the dots haven't been connected yet. What's the vehicle? What are they going to do with this new information that you're selling them that's going to get them to their desired end result? I think, everybody, if you can try to connect, if everybody here could count the black dots on that screen, I would really appreciate it. The truth is, you can't count them because it's an optical illusion. And your customers can't connect the dots. You have to do that for them. That's the point, right? So I'll tell you a couple of stories. So this guy, if you don't know who this is, a guy named Ezra Firestone. He's one of the best guys in the world at e-commerce, right? Especially Shopify e-commerce. A good friend of mine. And years ago, we did a course, Ryan Dice and I did a course on Kindle books, and we sold many, many millions of dollars worth of this course. And we had events where people would come in, we'd help them write their book, and we were selling a $15,000 package. And we ended up doing, I won't say the exact number, millions and millions and millions of dollars over about 18 months with that offer. So Ezra came to us and said, I want to do one of those on e-commerce. I said, oh, great. So we published Ezra. His initial course sold about as well as ours did. But we went to the event that was like the other events that we'd had. Almost nobody bought the high-end package, and we couldn't figure it out. He's a brilliant teacher. He knows all the tactics, right? And he was teaching them e-commerce from the ground up and even helping them set up their store that weekend at the event. It was really a brilliant event. But at the end of the day, nothing got sold. So in the middle of the second day, I went upstairs to take a nap. And when I woke up, I sat and I created a new presentation. And in that presentation, I came up with 101 hot selling product categories in e-commerce. And I went down and I did a 1 hour talk explaining all 100 of them. It's really quick. They were like a 90-minute talk. And I gave them what they needed to sell. The problem with the course was he had not given them a vehicle. He was teaching them e-commerce, but they didn't know what to sell. Once we taught them what to sell, they started buying high-end training, high-end coaching, and record numbers. We ended up doing as much money at that event with only having 1.5 days to sell as we'd done 3 days selling before. So what's that tell you? So when you're teaching somebody, here, I'm going to teach you how to buy Facebook ads, or I'm going to teach you how to write copy, or I'm going to teach you how to do whatever. The question you should ask yourself is, to what end, right? You got to make sure that your customer knows how to make money with the information that you gave them. Because I can be the greatest media buyer in the world and not know how to make money with it, right? If I don't have something to sell. And one of the easiest ways to do that is say, hey, go be an agency and do that for other people. And as long as they go, oh, I can do that. I don't have anything to sell. I'll go do that. But you've got to connect that dot for them. They won't connect it for themselves. Really good example. These two guys, Bill Glazer and Dan Kennedy, owned Glazer Kennedy Inner Circle for years, and since been dissolved. Dan still does a little bit of stuff. Bill's pretty much retired. But these guys had some of the best events in the market, some of the best trainings in the market. I highly recommend Dan Kennedy's trainings and books. All the Dan Kennedy's books are great. before you buy any trainings, buy his books. They're fantastic, especially on copywriting. But here's the thing. They taught this stuff for many years, 20 plus years together. And they did well in their business, and they had a multi-million-dollar business. However, a lot of people took their information and then applied it down to markets where they said, now go use this information to do this thing. So for instance, they had students that took their information and could have reproduced it for the automotive industry, for the garage automotive repair industry, for the restaurant industry, for the home inspection industry. So there were dozens and dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of multi-million-dollar businesses created that in aggregate were 100 times bigger than the Glaser Kennedy business, from the people who went out and said, okay, here's all the same information Dan's teaching you. Now go apply it to get more people to work on cars, or go apply it to get more mortgage clients, or go apply it to whatever. So they went directly to these niche markets, took the same information, and built similar sized businesses to Glaser Kennedy, but dozens and dozens and dozens of them. Because unlike Glaser Kennedy, they connected the dots directly to the customer and knew what the customer wanted. They knew the customer's desired end result, and they could show them if they did these things, then your garage business will double or triple, right? So connecting those dots are super important. Two more examples. I'm sort of beating this to death, but this is a company called Big Commerce. And these guys are a publicly traded company, and they are a big company. They're in Austin, Texas. And they were going to be the biggest e-commerce software provider in the world back in the day. Everybody thought they were the winners of the race. But if you look at their headline, scale your online business your way, doesn't say a damn thing. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't tell people. They're saying we've got e-commerce software, and then you figure out the rest, right? That advertising method just fell flat to this one. Shopify. Start your own print-on-demand business with Shopify. So it shows you're going to sell T-shirts, hats, cups, mugs, all print-on-demand. And it used to say for years, Shopify's thing said, start your own T-shirt business with Shopify. They gave somebody a clear direction of what they could do with their software. And today, e-commerce, Big Commerce is a $4 billion company, and that's great. It's an awesome size company, right? But Shopify is worth $128 billion. So that's the difference between having a clear connect the dots offer and having a vague offer. And arguably, Big Commerce is a better software platform than Shopify is. A lot of people tell you that. I believe that to be true too. But it doesn't matter if you're the best. It matters that you hit on those desired end results, right? You talked about brand new opportunity, something exciting and new, right? And you peel the onion back emotionally to find why people wanted to buy what you wanted to buy. So that's just going back really quick. That's step one. That's block number one. So I spent a lot of time on block number one. Because if you get block number one wrong, then the rest of everything else you're doing is wrong. You just wasted a whole lot of time. So block number one is super important. So what do? You figure out the exact desired end result of the customer, right? You figure out how to elevate their status, put them in a community with a lot of love, show them how to do something brand new and exciting that's going to change their world, right? And in some cases, show them the security behind that, right? And then finally, connect the dots for them to a vehicle so they can take that information, actually use it to accomplish certain things, right? So they got to have a vehicle. So there's a lot to do. So this business is simple, but not easy. I always tell people it's a simple business, but it's not easy. You got to really get in the head of your customer and understand that conversation is already going on in their brain, right? You got to read the tea leaves. And I do that by reading forums. I look at a lot of negative reviews on Amazon books. What was missing? What are people still seeking? What did people not, what did other people who have trainings, books, and systems, what did they miss, right? And how can I fill that gap? So that's number one. So you got to be able to attract the customer, whether you're giving them a free report to get a lead, you need to know all those things that we covered in the first block. Now, the second block are maps. So now, in the first block, you're convincing somebody that there's gold in them their hills, as they say. You're convincing somebody of an idea, right? Andy Jenkins used to tell me the 3 Ps of information marketing. You want to write these down because this is golden words from not mine, the late Andy Jenkins, a great, great, great friend. It's probability as possibility. People want to hear that there's a new possibility for them, something they've never seen or heard of before, right? And it has to be new. If you're flipping through Netflix, you're going to skip over all the movies you already seen. You don't even look at the titles. You skip them, and you're looking for something new, even if it's bad. You'll watch the new over the old because you already seen the old, right? And our brains work that way. It's a psychological tick. But it always say possibility, probability, and proof. Those are the 3 big keys: possibility, probability, and proof. Possibility is, let me show you this crazy new thing you've never heard of before. Probability is that people in a lower station in life than you have done this successfully, right? Because people have a challenge with attainability. There's some of you on this call right now going, man, I believe everything Perry's saying. I believe everything Anik's teaching you right now. I just don't know if I have what it takes to do it, right? I don't know if you have self-doubt. And every person alive, including me, including Anik, whether you want to say it or not, we all have self-doubt from time to time. I definitely have it. But you got to help them overcome that self-doubt. And you do that oftentimes. It's easy for me a lot of times when I'm doing this stuff, because I'm a high school dropout from Paducah, Kentucky, who never got a report card that had a better than an average C on it my whole school life, right? I dropped out of high school in my senior year of high school, started schlepping stuff on the street, got in trouble with the law as a kid. I was like, just kept screwing up every way possible. And I'm from a little bitty town, Paducah, Kentucky, with a lousy education, never went to college, never did any of those things. So if I can do it, I set a good example for other people. That's the reason rags to riches stories always really work well in copy. So, but attainability, that's possibility, probability. So they believe that the thing works. They want to believe they can do it. And then last is proof. And that's where you have testimonial screenshots, real proof of what you've done. That's irrefutable. And nothing trumps proof, right? That's number one. Nothing trumps proof. So if you've got proof, put it front and center. I see so many people that have proven something, they have solid proof, and they try to come up with some fancy sales letter. Just show the proof. Just show your proof. You don't have to do much more, right? If I can levitate off the ground by myself, you're going to think, I don't have to tell you how to levitate. You're just going to be like, holy crap, I can levitate, right? So that's the 3 big P's. It's something I threw in there I forgot about. All right. So next, we want to block 2, maps. So this is what you guys are probably already pretty good at. And I don't spend a lot of time on this. And this is creating courses, information products, training courses for people to teach them whatever it is you want to teach them that you found that they have interest in through block 1. And the map's the part almost everybody gets right? If you were searching for gold in South Florida, you want a map where the gold, the best idea where the gold is in South Florida, that's where you go dig, right? But here are some tips. You definitely want to have organized processes, systems, and steps. So when you're creating a course, start studying other people's courses like Anik's that do it well. And you'll see that their courses are very organized. They're teaching you processes. They're teaching you systems. And everything is step by step. Because if you get one thing out of order, the whole thing's kind of screwed up. If they have to have A before they can do B, and you get B and A reversed, then your person that's learning is totally lost. So organize processes, systems, and steps, and name the solution, the system, or the formula, right? This is super, super, super important. I see so many people go out in the information space. They try to sell information on a thing. I'm going to teach you how to be a fireman. Sign up and you'll learn how to be a fireman, because I used to be a fireman and I can teach you how to be a fireman. That thing needs a name. It needs to be the fireman's employment system, or the Fireman for Life formula, or something like that. It needs a name. And the best person for naming these things that I've ever seen is a guy named, oh my gosh, where's my head right now? David D'Angelo was what he wrote as. Eben Pagan. Yeah, Eben Pagan. And he taught me that the best way to name an information product is a version of the desired end result of the client. So when he was in the dating business, his lead product was called Double Your Dating. So date twice as many girls or guys as you are now, right? Because that was the desired end result. He found that his customers wanted more variety, right? He did a product on time management, and the product was named Wake Up Productive. So you're spending every minute of every day being very, very productive. This was a big lesson for me. And since then, we've done a lot of products based on that when I was still selling information. So name the product the desired end result of the client, right? And have a name for it, even if it's not the desired end result. It's a great example. So this lady, Ida Rolf, created something called Rolfing. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Rolfing or not. It's a really deep tissue therapeutic massage that's similar to chiropractic. It's like chiropractic for your muscles, right? And had she just called this, hey, I'm Ida, and I'm going to teach you deep tissue therapeutic massage, no one would remember her, who she was, right? She's passed on now. But she named the system Rolfing. And today there are thousands of Rolfers that are certified by the Ida Rolf Foundation all over the world that do this particular kind of massage. So the Jose Silva did the Silva method, which was it's a transcendental meditation method. And they sold millions and millions of dollars worth of this system over years. But he called it, Jose's transcendental meditation training. No one would remember it, but people remember the Silva method. There's a guy right now, Aaron Fletcher, in the information space that sells, I'm going to say it's basic information. It's very good information product, but it's on business development and marketing, but he calls it the Fletcher method. And it automatically sounds more important because, it's the Fletcher method named after me, Aaron Fletcher. Well, golly, all of a sudden he seems really important, right? Doesn't mean he really is. I've got a button out in the market, a buy button called the Belcher button that for years and years people used. Some people still use effectively in their marketing. And that kind of made me famous in the space because I had the Belcher button. I named the Tripwire formula Tripwire. I came up with the Tripwire name. And we've done a couple others like that. So when you can name things, you become infamous because they can live on beyond you, right? So yeah, Rolfing at 83. There's 1,950 Rolfers worldwide, practicing Rolfers worldwide now. So what else? So there's a big success gap, and we talked about that earlier. Basically, selling a half-built bridge. Getting people. You got to get people across the chasm to where they want to be. My buddy Carl White says that your customer is on one island, and over on another island that they can see the island, then is everything they ever wanted. And between there is shark-infested waters. And your job is to get them across the waters to that island of exactly what they want. So many people sell half-built bridges. So make sure that you just sell things that are very, very, very complete, and you take them to that. All the way to that desired end result, and you don't leave that success gap out. I know people that sell software, and they're like, "Well, we don't sell training. We just sell the software, and people figure out what they're going to do with it because everybody's different." No, everybody may be different, but you have to give them at least one path to use your software successful, or they're going to cancel. If you sell a training system and you don't teach people how to actually have a result from it, you're going to get a lot of refunds, right? They may even learn the information and assimilate the knowledge, but it doesn't matter. If they don't get the result, they're going to ask for a refund, probably, or a large percentage of them. So you're not in the information selling business, right? Strike that out of your mind. You're in the results getting business, right? And if you're not getting results for people, you're ultimately going to lose in this business. You've got to figure out how to get people big results. Okay. So now we're going to go to block number 3. So this is one of my favorites. So block number 1 was we're really defining what they want, right? We're defining that goal. Number 2, we're selling on a map to get to where the goal is, right? And that's cool. Now, so many people do 1 and 2 or 1 and 2 or just 2, and they stop there. And it's really unfortunate because you've done the hardest part. You've changed someone's way of thinking. You've convinced them to think like you think. You've convinced them that your way is the way, right? The challenge with that is that now they're convinced and you're going to quit and you basically abandon them, right? So like getting the guy, let's say that go mining, I convince you to come to Florida and go gold mining with me. And I sell you a map and you're like all into it. And you're out there looking for the gold with me. And we find the gold and there's a big pile of it 6 inches below the ground. And I just leave. And you're like, what the hell do I do now? Right? Because you don't have a shovel, you don't have a bucket, you don't have any way to get the gold out of the ground. So this is I meant to tell you something. So going back to the last block, the last thing that I'll tell you about the last block is that selling training, every one of these steps, the first step is to define a goal. Number 2, open the eyes of the prospect. Number 2 is to transfer your confidence into the prospect. That's what a training does. It teaches them, but it also transfers confidence, right, to them to have the ability to attain the result, right? Number 3, shovels, I call it, help people to attain speed and automation, right? So write those 2 things down because they are mega, 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 mega important. So if you're creating a funnel right now, right, you're going to basically have somebody buy something, usually low ticket, to bring them into the fold so you can open their eyes to this amazing new opportunity. Then you're going to sell them a training, a course, a system along with a community most of the time, because community is easy to add with a Facebook group, that transfers your confidence to them, right? Information selling is a transference of confidence, right? You're not really buying the training. You're buying the training. You're buying the confidence of the person selling you the training. And that person's very confident they're going to do well. And that's the reason, like Anik or me, you get on video and I'm all animated and I get all hyped up, and I'm just waking up this morning. So I'm a little slower than I usually am. But I usually am trying to get people like charged up to go, because that energy and that confidence that I believe in what I'm selling and I believe in what I'm teaching transfers over to them and it makes them better, right? That's what they're going to buy more over than the information. So if you're going to sell this stuff on video, I see people all the time and they're like, hello, welcome to my training about blah, 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 blah. And they wonder why their training is not selling. Their training might be just fine, but they don't seem confident. And if you don't seem confident when you sell it, people ain't going to buy it. That's just the way that works. But anyway, so the transference of confidence. Now, shovels. This is always my go-to upsell on anything that I sell. So I've sold them a small product to basically open their eyes. I sold them a training to transfer my confidence. They feel good about it. Now, here's the deal. When you've done that, people, and they'll buy this in advance. They don't have to wait until they've done the training. They'll buy it in advance. They're already thinking in their head 3 steps ahead, and they're going, well, if I get out there to that hole and there's a bunch of gold, how am I going to shovel it? How am I going to get it back? How am I going to make sure nobody steals it from me? How am I going to sneak it back over to the assayer and get my money? So they want 2 things. I'll write these down. They want speed and they want automation. They want to be able to dig as much gold out of the ground as fast as they can with expending the least amount of energy or work. And it's not because they're lazy. It's because they're smart. You know, you don't want to wear yourself out. You won't get as much gold out of the ground. So this is an awesome place for you to sell. So you'd want a bulldozer. You wouldn't want a shovel, right? So they want speed and automation, right? So what's that usually equate to? In our business, that equates to software, physical tools, or DFY services, done for you services. I'm going to talk about that one a lot at the end, because a lot of you guys are starting off brand new right now. I would strongly suggest that you start a done for you service. And you're probably thinking, well, everybody tells me you don't want to trade time for money and all that. There's some truth to that, but if you're smart, you don't have to. I own a number of service companies. I don't do any of the services, right? And I'll explain why in a minute. And those are my most profitable companies, frankly. And I still own those today. I kind of got out of the information selling business and went in the services business. But you guys probably know of ClickFunnels. So ClickFunnels does a great job of selling a tool. They sell a tool to dig gold out of the ground faster, by building a funnel or funnel system. There's a bunch of these, right? A bunch of other competitors. I'm not endorsing or saying good or bad about ClickFunnels. And what Russell's done is a pretty good job of. He also sells trainings. He sells trainings and he sells software. But Russell's trainings are good, but are becoming less and less valuable because by and large, they're giving them away when you buy the software, right? What Russell still hasn't done yet is connected the dots with people on what they should be selling. People still don't have a thing to sell. And when he figures that out, he'll do much, much better. This is one of my past clients called the Dean King. And these guys teach a training on how to do paintless dent repair. They teach you how to take dings out of cars. They teach you how to take dings out of cars without having to paint them or without having to, hammer them out and all that stuff like that. But where they make most of their money is selling actually a physical toolkit to do that. And they make their training, they use the physical toolkit in their training. So this is the only toolkit people want after they take the training. It's really pretty smart. And then the biggest miss is done for you, right? In today's world, I always say the old saying was, give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, you feed him for life. It's just not what the market wants anymore. They don't want to learn to fish. They don't even want the fish. They want a fish sandwich delivered by Uber Eats with a Coke and fries. They want it delivered. They just want it done for them. And if you want the best clients you can get, I'm talking about rich people who have resources, who won't be a trouble for you. By the way, the more you charge somebody, the less trouble they'll be. Because it's not because you charge them a lot. It's because you're going to filter out all the pain in the ass customers and you're going to get the really good customers, right? So this is an example of a customer of ours. It's a company called Listing Booster. They're awesome. They do if you're a realtor, they help you to increase your online listings for homes that you list for sale. So they do a really good job. They've got a piece of software that basically goes out and puts your house everywhere online other than Zillow, puts you on all the platforms. And then they drive some SEO back to those listings. And by and large, the realtors that use their software get far more appointments than the realtors who don't. So here was the problem. They were charging $197 a month for their software. And they still do that. They still are in that business, but they charge $197 a month for the software. And after about 4 months, the customers would stop using the software because they just, were busy or lazy or forgot about it or a million other reasons. But basically, they would churn out. And here's why they would churn out. Because they weren't using the software properly, they weren't getting the result, right? So since they weren't getting the result, they bailed out of the process, okay? So, and they would just cancel the software subscription. So these guys came to us and said, this is the problem. What can you do? I said, look, and they set up a service for $1,997 a month for their customers, where they just ran the software for them and they answered all the phone calls and they set all the appointments and they served the result on a silver platter to the customer. This service not only converts higher than the 197 service, it's much, 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 much more profitable. And here's why. So, because they hire us, they hire my company, Chsllenge, to come in and do all these services for the customer. So they used to sell the software for $199. Now they sell the service for $19.99. They pay me about $450 per client per month to deliver on the service, right? And they make a $1,549 a month profit per customer. So which is better, $200 or $1,549? Plus, the customers don't ever leave because they're getting the result. The stick rate is insane now. Nobody ever leaves because if you're a realtor, you know, if you're getting 2 or 3 listing appointments a day from this software, you're never going to leave for $2,000 a month, right? But if you're doing it yourself and you run out of time and you're not entering the stuff the way you're supposed to, you're eventually going to blame the software because nobody blames themselves. They're going to blame the software and they're just going to quit. So this is a giant example. So think of this for a minute. Creating software is hard, right? And maybe you got a buddy that's got software and smart software person, you got a partner. That's cool. I've never been in the software business. Not really, not effectively. I've got a partner now in the software business, real smart, but it's new for me. It was always beyond me. It's too nosebleed. But services I get because they are kind of like software programming. I go out and prove a system and I make a list of everything that an outsourcer needs to do. And then I give that list to the outsourcer and then I go sell the service. And I sell the service and the outsourcer does the work and I make the money in between. And I've been doing this now for 8-9 years, really, really, really effectively. My Chsllenge company has a bunch of companies underneath it, like Tech Stack and Fixed Creative Agency and Wow Support and all those things. And they're all built on this. They're built on the fact that I'm charging, generally speaking, we charge about $18.95 a month for a service that usually cost us, in my case, a little more cost, about $800-900. So I make about $1,000 clear dollars per person in my services business. And all I've got to do is, find people who need those services and offer them to them because people are tired of learning. They're tired of software. Now, that doesn't mean the learning education business is not a good one. It is. There are people that want to understand it. But at the end of the day, the most successful clients, the most successful customers you're going to run across, they're like me. They're busy. They don't have a lot of time. They just want it done. They just want the problem taken care of. They want the result. They want the gain, or they want the result done. And this is a great way to get there. And then, so that's the third part. So remember, the desired result of block 3, your customers already bought into your way of thinking. They've already taken on your confidence via training in a community and the confidence of everyone else in the community, right? Now, they want speed and automation. They want to do it faster. They want to do it faster and easier. And that's the reason my upsells typically converted around 50 to 60%, where other people's upsells will convert at 15 or 20%, because they're always concentrated on extending out what people have already bought and just saying, hey, would you like that result faster and easier? Like if I'd sold you a treadmill today and I said, look, we've got these amazing treadmill cookies, and everybody that eats a treadmill cookie before they get on the treadmill on average burns 1,000 extra calories on the treadmill. So they get skinnier faster without doing any additional work. Who's not going to buy the treadmill cookies? Everybody's going to buy them, right? Because you've already bought into the idea. You bought a treadmill, you're going to be exercising. You want the highest amount of result you can get as quick as you can get it. I hope you understood that concept, because this is kind of a high level talk that I give usually at groups that are really, really experienced folks. So please, if I went past anything, you text me and ask a question, or ask it through the group with Anik and Anik, golly, dog it. Ask through the chat with Anik, and he'll get questions to me and we'll get them answered for you. So I want you to make sure you get all the T's crossed and I's dotted. So the last step of this, and this is again where a lot of people fall short, they don't offer this, are guides, right? So this is one of my favorite pictures in the world. I've used this picture to teach this a lot. So this is a picture from Mount Everest. Now, the guy in the front with the glasses on, it's all smiles, right? That guy's climbing Mount Everest. And it's a lifelong goal for him to go up Everest. He's going to prove his worth as a man by climbing Mount Everest, right? Because only so many people have ever done. And this is your customer, right? Keep that in mind. This is a big commitment for them. It's a big challenge for them. It's a big accomplishment for them to be successful in business or to be successful in getting fit or losing weight or being successful in dating more or having more friends or being more social. So again, back to those 3 buckets, make more money, be more healthy, be healthy, make more money, be healthier, or be happier, whatever the case may be. So this guy's on his way up to that summit with his heart filled with excitement and accomplishment and all those things because he's trained, he's studied, and he's ready to go take on the mountain, right? That's your customer. Keep that in mind always. No matter what you're selling information, that's your customer. The guy behind him is called a Sherpa. And that Sherpa is his guide up the mountain. No one, and I mean no one, goes up the mountain without a Sherpa. Because if you do, you might die, right? Because the Sherpa knows where all the slippery rocks are and the loose snow is and where to hook your rock to climb your rope to secure you up, when to turn on your oxygen, what you need to be wearing going up the mountain and what you need to be wearing going down the mountain, right? That's the guide. And these guides get paid a lot of money to guide people up and down Everest. Now, the crazy part is that nobody really ever thinks about. The guy in the front, it's his first time up, probably the only time he'll ever do it. And he'll have that, check that box in his bucket list for life. For the guy behind him, it's just Tuesday, man. That's just his job. That's what he does, right? He goes up and down Everest all the time. He doesn't do it for accomplishment. He just does it for a living, right? So that should be you. You should be able to do, on the back of a napkin, whatever it is that you do. You need to be a real expert at what you do. I see a lot of fake experts in the market right now. You need to be an expert on a very narrow subject and you'll be fine. And you can be an expert, by the way. I could launch into this, but I don't take much time. But you can be an expert on anything in about 30 days if you really want to be. I've done it before where I've read every book in the market. I've taken every course in the market. I've gone and interviewed everybody that was important in the market. And by the end of that, I was really an expert in that subject. I'd go run some experiments and test and make sure what I learned worked. And then I could go sell it if I wanted to. And you can do that. You can be an expert in anything in a very short period of time. I did a talk not long ago called the 30-Day Expert, where I taught people, here's what you need to be an expert in pretty much any field in 30 days. If you're not already an expert in something, but all you have to do is know a lot more than the people you're talking to, right? That's it. So with this guy, he's a guide, and people will hire guides. All your smart people will hire guides. So if we go back to our gold mining example, we convinced people to go gold mining. We sold them a map to where the gold is. Now we gave them shovels, hammers, picks, and buckets, and a bulldozer to take the gold out of the ground. But the smartest customers, the people that are really, really, really smart, are going to always hire a guide because that guide has been there and done that. And if you can get a good guide to walk you through the process, you're going to do so much better. So this is, in our business, usually consulting, coaching, events, and masterminds. This is where you're going to get guided one-on-one or in a small group. You're going to get guided through the process that you're going through. And with the consulting and coaching, it's over a longer period of time. With events and masterminds, it's in a concentrated period of time. Either way, I would have all these in my information business. I've got people right now in the pet sitting business that teach people pet sitting and they sell a pet sitting book, a pet sitting course, pet sitting software, and then they do consulting, coaching, live events, and masterminds in the pet sitting business. So this applies to anybody, right? No matter what your niche is, it doesn't matter. And by the way, the pet sitting one really works well because it's real easy, by the way, to go back and find people who really their reward, their goal was to make a good living, not to get rich, but make a good living working with pets, because that's really what they wanted. They loved animals. So, but in that business, we had to peel back the onion to figure out what it was that they really, really, really wanted. Right? But at the end, now we're down at the end, we're in block number 4, consulting, coaching, events, and masterminds. And remember, we talked about in each one of the other blocks, just recapping. Block 1 is defining their desired end result, getting crystal clear on the desired end result, making it something new, framing it as an opportunity, bringing it as a new opportunity versus an improvement, right? And then connecting the dots for them, right? That's block 1. Block 2 is we're going to teach them systematically how to do the thing and transfer our confidence to them and put them in a community where they can be supported long-term. Block number 3 was speed and automation, right? That's their whole goal. They bought into the concept. They just want it faster and they want it easier. Now, in this last block, they're buying coaching, consulting, events, and masterminds. So this gets really sold the wrong way most of the time. People keep talking about, oh, you're going to make more money if you join the group. You're going to do even better if you join the group. They've already bought into the concept. You don't have to do all that. There's one reason that there are 2 reasons, only 2 reasons that they buy these other things, right? And that's shortcuts. And that's the minority reason. They want additional shortcuts and tricks directly from the horse's mouth. But more importantly, they're buying mistake avoidance, right? They don't want to get killed along the way. They don't want to make a big mistake. And by having a coach, a consultant, a mentor, this is where you avoid mistakes, because just like climbing that mountain, business is like that. You can be doing everything right, make one mistake, and you got a big setback. So that's the reason that you want a coach, you want a mentor, you want a consultant, you want to go to events, you want to be involved in masterminds, because these are more successful people than you, right? I always say I want to be the dumbest guy in the room. Put me in a room where I'm the dumbest guy there, right? I'm not going to learn anything in a room where I'm teaching a lot of other people. It reaffirms things in my head, and I love doing it. But the truth is, put me in a room where I'm the dumbest guy there. That's where I'm going to grow. I'm going to learn shortcuts that I wouldn't normally learn, because that's the stuff people don't talk about in courses, right? And I'm going to avoid the mistakes that I might otherwise make. And so what are you missing? That's what you got to ask yourself. What are you missing? If you need help, you can text me. I'm sure Anik can help you. Anybody can help you. I don't sell any courses. I don't do any mentoring. I don't do any coaching. I don't do any consulting. The only thing that I do is invest in other people's businesses that want to grow. They have to be doing some revenue already. Now I help them grow those businesses. So Anik, if you're there, that's everything I got, bro.
Man, oh man, what do you guys think? I told you he would blow you away. So let's hear it. Come on, blow that chat up. I love how during the presentation, people were like, oh my God, it's too much information. I need replay. I need this. I need to watch it again. We'll give it to you. Trust me. This is one presentation that I likely will release in perpetuity. Like, it'll be out and on running for the Lurn Nation family, because I agree with you. You need to go through it again. Now you have a homework assignment today, and that homework assignment is going to help you get through it. And it'll help you kind of process all the specific things you spoke about. But I have to tell you that, one thing that it's almost like Perry and I spoke before the presentation. By the way, Perry, I don't know if you can see the chat, but man, everyone is just absolutely blowing up.
Thank you all so much. That's very, very, very kind. And I just woke up, so I'm not quite fired up yet.
If that's what you do after some whiskey, my friend, then we don't want to see you in the evening.
I'm a little hungover this morning. Drinking my coffee and trying to get my ducks in a row.
So honestly, everyone, we have I was listening to Perry talk about this. So we have an offer, and I'll talk about this right now for everyone. We have an offer in the company that does incredibly well. It has done better and better every year. And it makes sense because it is the truths of my heart. It's what I do. It's what I do the most of. It's how I make my money, and I love teaching it. And it's email marketing. How many of you know about the program called Email Startup Incubator, right? Type in me if you know about that program, Email Startup Incubator. You've heard about it. You might be in it. Everyone. It used to be called Inbox Blueprint. We rebranded it. I've been selling this thing since 2014, and I can't, it's like if I try to take it away, the market will explode at me in anger, which has happened. I've actually tried. So I always wonder, why does it sell so well? And we have other programs that sell good, or they sell well, but not nearly at the level of Email Startup Incubator. And it was when I saw Perry's presentation that it made perfect sense. I'm like, I get it. We give, without even having seen it put in such a simple format. I was like, you know what? We have the gold. We have the shovel. We have the map. And we give them all the tools. We give them the exact step-by-step map. We give them the coaching, because when you get Email Startup Incubator, there's daily coaching hours for students. And I was like, it makes perfect sense. So now all of our offers that come out, and guess what? I heard him give this presentation. Since then, we've released 2 offers. Both of them have sold as well, if not better than Email Startup Incubator, and they're getting ready to scale now. So this stuff works. That's first and foremost.
Did you send me a royalty check on those?
Yeah, absolutely. Heck yeah. And there's so many other people, Perry, by the way, that listened to that presentation at WebinarCon that I've been able to connect with outside that said, yeah, completely changed how I write. If you guys want to hear his presentation that he did, where he talks more about this, go to my podcast, anikpodcast.com. I completely forgot to tell you guys that I had released it on my podcast. Completely skipped my mind. Just go to anikpodcast.com and search for his name. Search Perry. Okay. Perry. Just search Perry. It'll come up. And listen to that. You'll get you just get what you got today was a lot more detailed than what he did on that one, but you'll still get more. Repetition is key, right? And the last thing I want to add here before we let Perry go is I did not speak to Perry. He has not seen the presentations I've been doing for you the last 2 days. This was coming from a man who has not only helped build a lot of information businesses and entrepreneurs, but seen tons of them built. And how many of you saw his focus on the premium offer, on the higher ticket offer? And multiple times he came back to it. Listen, the higher the price, the better the customer, the more profitable you are. And in our program, you guys know we call this the super ticket offer. And as I've been sharing with you funnels, low ticket, mid ticket, high ticket, I've been sharing with all of you that you are mistaken when you think low ticket funnels are easier just because they cost less. They're actually a hell of a lot harder to make profitable unless you've got your super ticket. And you heard that from Perry himself. I just wanted to be on the record with Perry there. I did not tell him to say that. That is truthful and honestly coming from people who've been doing this business so long. So Perry, thanks for that, man. Just a powerful presentation. Really appreciate it. Any closing words, Perry?
No, you're more than welcome. Just make sure you have the beginning, the middle, and the end. That's the thing. Everybody has the middle, it seems. And even the high ticket offer, I know some people have high ticket offers that I'm saying suffer, but they could have much bigger businesses if they had lower ticket front end offers to keep the top of their funnel filled. Right. And that's not unusual. So for me, when I'm looking at a new business, I'm always concentrating on the beginning of the funnel, because I spend, like you do, I spend $500,000 or more a month in advertising. So advertising directly to the high ticket is kind of hard. Or you do it better than I do. But I mean, I always advertise to a low ticket and send people up the ladder, right? But I think more than anything else, of everything that I talked about, I spent the most time on it, but it may seem the most confusing, is that first block. If you don't really understand, understand what your customer really, really wants, what their desired end result is, you're likely going to fail. Not necessarily fail as in you're not going to sell any, but you're not going to sell nearly as much as you should. You're not going to reach nearly as many people as you should. And, everybody said, well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing $1 million a year right now. Yeah, but you might could have done 20 had you really spent your time understanding and learning the desired end result of the particular client that you have. And it's like a good example of you're in your space, people are driven by money, freedom. What are they buying? What's money going to do for you? Right? Peeling an onion, right? Well, what do you want? Well, I make $10,000 a month. Why do you want to make $10,000 a month? Well, I want to buy another house. Well, why do you want to buy another house? Well, I got 10 kids and they're driving my wife crazy in the little house. So now you get down to the core of that's a guy who really wants to provide better for his family and wants to take the heat off his wife and for them to have a better life for their family. Once you peel the onion back on people and you understand the emotional reason, and you know why he's doing that? Because he wants to be seen as a better man.
Yep. So
he's more attractive to his wife, which sounds crazy, but so much of this goes back to love. People just want to be loved. Two big things. People want to be loved and people want to feel important. And if you write those two things down, those are the core that you usually go back to.
Very, very true. And I love the one golden point I want everyone else to take away from also is that people will pay to make pain go away more than they will, and that's so true. That's so true. And when you're building your offer, keep that in mind as well. Man, it's been just tremendous. Everyone, let's blow up the chat. Go ahead, Perry. You're going to say something?
No, I got nothing else. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate your kind words, and I wish you all the very, very, very best.
Yes, everyone, let's say thank you, Perry. Blow up the chat. Show your love. That was amazing. It was incredible. I can't even keep up with the comments. They're coming in so fast. Perry, you rock. Thank you, sir. Have a great day and hope you have a blast in Miami. Stay.
All right. How was that, everybody? That was amazing. Go ahead and type in mind blown in the chat box if you guys enjoyed Perry Belcher coming on and sharing his wisdom. Pretty amazing to be able to have really two legends of the online information business industry, Perry Belcher, and you saw Anik there, and is pretty remarkable. So how many of you loved that? Type in mind blown in the chat box right now here with us live. Give me some feedback here in the chat. Did you guys enjoy that? I'm seeing, all right, there we go. I see you guys. I'm seeing a lot of mind blown. That was powerful. Really, really awesome to have Perry Belcher be able to share his wisdom with you guys. We wanted to make sure that got to you. And what we'd like to do right now, over the next few minutes, I wanted to bring on the director of copy here at Lurn to be able to give you some insight into how we are actually applying what Perry just shared with us, and really be able to give you some insight into what that looks like, how we're applying that at Lurn. And let's bring on John. Can you hear us? Are you able to? There you go.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's rock,
right.
man. So
Great.
Yeah, please, stage is yours. Give us some insight into how we're applying what Perry just talked about there in Lurn.
Yeah, absolutely. First, I want to remind everyone too that I mean, obviously that was a long recording, so we're already at 5 of 12 here. We're definitely going to go long today. Stick around. We got more guests. We got more to talk about. So definitely. I know we've seen some people leave already, but we're still got a lot to talk about. But yeah, I remember watching that presentation as well. And Perry's done it a couple times for us now, and then Anik and I chatted about it. And I think it's one of the great things to remember is that all of us in this industry, we're always learning. And we've all got multiple mentors, people we've learned from throughout our careers, and we're always picking up new things. And when Perry presented this, I just remember we were all like, wow, it's a really, really great way of putting in place like how to create an offer. And Anik shot me an email. He's like, I want you to put this in place for the team, like yesterday. I go, okay. Like, I guess I gotta, make sure I watch it again, like take notes now and go through. And, one of the things we did was I went ahead and created a template for our team and said, look, guys, these are all the things Perry pointed out. These are the steps we're going to go through. When we create an offer for one of our new products, this is the process we're going to follow. But oh, by the way, we're also going to go back and review some of our old offers. And we're going to go back and look at ESI, and we're going to take the components of email startup incubator from the offer and put them in the right place, and so that we understand why it worked so well. Just like Anik said, like it was that realization moment of like, yeah, we've got the map, we've got the shovels, we've got the guide. And so one of the things we've done is we've put in place this process of going through step by step Perry's formula when we do a new project and say, okay, what is the map? You know, a lot of times it's the course, it's the master class, but sometimes there's little nuances to that. Sometimes you come up with a name like Perry mentioned. It's going through and saying, okay, how many shovels do we have? And, you know, we might have shovels, we might have bulldozers, we might have picks and axes, we might have a whole bunch of them. And then it's a matter of figuring out which ones best fit in, let's say, a core offer and which ones fit in bonuses. And so, you know, as you create the different components to these offers, you're not going to throw them all in to one place. You're gonna look at them. You're gonna figure out where they best fit, and then you're gonna figure out, okay, which of these things make sense for a core offer? Which of these things make sense for upsells? Which of these things make sense for the premium offer? And I think that's the really unique thing is like when you look at this, like you've got multiple aspects of each of these, and the guides is a great example. You know, a lot of times we're using Facebook communities for that community guide aspect. It's hey, we're in the car traveling with 5 other friends. And, you know, we got one person on the phone looking at directions, another person looking at the phone, looking for the next place to eat. And you're kind of crowdsourcing your trip. And then the next step up is, okay, well, now we've actually got someone who's been on this trip before riding shotgun. And he's telling me, hey, get off at this exit, go 2 miles to the right. And there's this cool little restaurant back there with the best, you know, ribs in the country, whatever. Like, and then that next step up is the hand holding guide. That's where you're just getting on the bus and the bus driver's taking you. And that's the premium offer that we talk about so often. And so like when you go through these offers, when you do your homework tonight, go through that process of saying, don't just say, hey, I need one map, one shovel, one guide. Come up with every idea you can. And then as you look at building out your offer, you know, look at where they slot in best, whether it's core offer, bonuses, upsells, premium offers, whatever.
That is awesome. Thank you, John. Really appreciate you being able to share with us and give some insight into how Lurn is applying what you all heard from Perry Belcher today. How many do you guys enjoy that? Being able to hear from the director of copy from Lurn, John, being able to give you some insight into what that looks like on the inside. You guys appreciate that? Yes? Give me a heck yes in the comments if you guys are enjoying day number 3 of the Digital Empire Challenge. John, yeah, thank you so much. Did you have any other words that you wanted to share? Or
no, man. Like I said, we got other guests and stuff to get to, so I want to let you move on.
Awesome.
Thanks for bringing me in quick.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, guys, we wanted to make sure that John came in and just give you some insight into what that looks like, right? You just heard from truly a legend in the industry of online business, Perry Belcher, go through his entire offer formula. And we wanted to give you some insight on how we're applying that, because we want to inspire you to apply this, to take action in the homework that you're going to be doing today. That is going to be something that you're going to be putting together. And we want to give you some insight into what it looks like on this end of doing that. So what I'd also like to do, okay, so I'd like to, let's see, there we go. I'd like to start looking inside at some gold mine offers from our students. All right. So I'd like to go ahead and give you an inside look at what our most successful students are doing to apply elements of what Perry Belcher just talked about and shared with you, all of that wisdom that he gave you today. I'm going to give you an inside look at not only, you know, John coming on and sharing what we are doing, but also what are our students doing? How are they applying that? And what does it look like? And what are the results they're getting from that? All right. Before I do that, okay, like John mentioned, we're going to go a little bit over time because we want to truly over deliver for you today. We wanted to make sure that we got the wisdom of Perry Belcher in your heart and mind to know what to do. But here's the thing. I'm going to be going through some things. We're going to be going through the offers of our students. We're actually going to bring some of our students on to share with you, to engage with you, to be able to give you the insight that is going to support you in taking this forward. And we're going to also be giving you an introduction to what it would look like to go deeper with us. And so I'll be walking through that. All right. So I just want to be radically transparent up front. There will be mention and an invitation for you to connect with our team, to just have a conversation as to what direction is really right for you. That's what we want to come together with you on. All right. So I'm going to go into that. Before I do that, I'm going to give you the homework and everything that you need so that those of you that are looking to just, you know, take it and get the homework done, that's fine. But if you want to stay here, if you want to stay with us for the next little bit and hear from our students, look into an inside look at what our students are doing, the offers that they're building, and what level of mentorship that they are getting, that they are all coming together on, and you want to know what that looks like, you want to know what that next step is, go ahead and type in a me in the comments. If you would love to be able to hear what that looks like, see that inside look, and stick with us so that we can give you an insight into what it would look like to move forward with us beyond even these next 5 days or the 5 days that we have of this challenge. Go ahead and type in a me in the comments if you guys are cool with that. All right, I just want to make it radically transparent up front. We are going to be talking about that and give you guys a clear understanding of what that looks like. We want to kind of connect all the dots here for you to make sure that you're clear, you have a confident and educated path that you can make a decision moving forward on, okay? Awesome. All right, I've seen a ton of me's. Thank you guys. I really appreciate that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to first give you guys all the, let me go ahead and share my screen again. I'm going to give you guys the homework. We're going to get into some offers. Cool? All right, here we go. So let's go ahead and go through today's homework is lurn.com/day3HW. You can go ahead and write that URL down right now. Go ahead and write it down. Take note of it. Get it down. Make sure that you have it there with you. I'm going to move on here in a second, so we're going to go to another slide. We're going to keep moving forward. But this is the URL. This is the link for your day 3 homework. Okay, lurn.com, lurn.com/day3HW. All right. Make sure that you have that. Muchas gracias, mi amor. So lurn.com/day3 homework. My daughter just brought a beautiful picture into to say hi. So lurn.com/day3HW. All right, guys. So that's the homework. And you want to make sure that you're posting that homework in the Facebook group, because that's where we're going to be selecting those of you that are taking action. Those of you that are taking action, we're going to be selecting for the $50,000 plus prizes we're giving away this week. All right. So prizes, giveaways, we got $50,000 of prizes and giveaways we're giving away this week. So we got 100 plus winners, and we're going to be selecting you from the people that are taking action here this week. That's where you want to post your homework, in that Facebook group, the Lurn Nation official Facebook group. Okay. Awesome. So let's go ahead and let's look inside some gold mined offers. All right. You guys ready for this? We're going to get into this portion of the training where we look at get an inside look at some offers that kind of are following the aspects of what Perry is teaching. And I'm going to give you some insight into what they went through and what they achieved. Okay. So for example, we have had students in the larger Lurn Nation community come together with deeper mentorship and coaching. And we've been able to get hands-on on being able to apply these principles and create incredible offers in every major niche and every major circumstance, in every major continent. For example, somebody like Dominique, all right? Dominique is someone that has turned her existing skills and passions and interests into a high ticket, super ticket offer. She actually has a $25,000 plus offer now that she enrolls her clients into. And it was amazing. She came to us and we were able to get hands-on getting things together. But here's the thing. I want to kind of give some perspective with Dominique's story, because you hear about major success of Dominique. She's actually recently had her first $100,000 day. Yes, $100,000 day. Take a look at this. $100,000 day recently that she celebrated inside of Lurn Nation. How powerful is that? That was just this year. But we've seen her grow from, look at that, after just spending a few days with her to be able to come together and get hands-on and get things moving. Within a couple of days, she had 2 sales of $7,500 and she was off and running. And so we've walked with her through her, her first $75,000 day, her first $100,000 month, her first $100,000 week, her first $100,000 day. All right. We've walked with her every step. But here's what you might not know about all this amazing success that Dominique has had. Number one, all right. Number one, she is in the French market. So similar to Tutsian. Right? Tutsian is, that you guys heard from on Monday, he's in the Hungarian market, literally taking all this knowledge and wisdom from Anik and what we have available with deeper coaching here. And he's taking that and applying it and translating that into the Hungarian language and making sales and making it work and doing, 5 figures a month, right? With Dominique, she is translating it into the French market. her market is French. So she takes everything that we are able to walk her through, all the different, pages, the headlines, the enrollment strategy, and she translates that into French. And in the French market, got up to $100,000 a day. Now, here's the other thing that you might not know about her story. This is a woman who was a single mom and came to us, was in a position where she was just exhausted from a business that she was doing pretty successful with, but she got to the point where by the time that she got to us and ended up being, coming to us for deeper level mentorship, she was struggling. She had to literally put the final payments that she would be making for us on credit. She had to go find the money because she was at a point where she was just so burnt out. She really loved being an entrepreneur, but she was completely burnt out and she didn't know what to do next. She was literally at the point where she was just going to say, enough is enough. Like, I can't do this anymore. And she ended up coming to us, and you see, within a couple of months, had her first $100,000 month. And we walked with her through that entire journey. That's what we're here to do, is really walk you through for the long term, right? This is not just, hey, spend a couple of weeks together and, spend a couple of days together and that's it. We're here to walk with you long-term through that journey. And that's what we did with somebody like Dominique. And again, her offer was in the French market. She now has an offer that she focuses on, which is a $25,000 offer that she makes to the French market. Pretty powerful stuff. How about somebody like Lisa and Brian? Oh my gosh, these guys are absolutely incredible. So picture this, okay? Picture this with Brian and Lisa. I actually get quite emotional because they're very, very close. Crystal and I are both very close with them at this point. They're like family, and they really are an incredible couple and an amazing, amazing story. So take a listen to this. So they had ran a yoga studio for about 7 years. They had ran a yoga studio for about 7 years. And they had reached out to me directly. Brian actually reached out to me directly after he saw an interview that I did on Anik's podcast. And he reached out to me directly and he said, listen, I just saw an interview with you. I'm just getting introduced to you and to Lurn and to Anik. I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm going to be doing business with you and we are going to be working together and I'm going to be standing on stage with you. Like, he was just like, I don't care what it takes. I am going to be working with you guys. Like, this is the first message that I get from the guy. And so I messaged him back and just kind of asked, like, listen, I really appreciate all of that. What is it that you do? What is it that you're up to? Tell me a little bit more so that I understand, what it is and if or how we might be able to help, right? So we messaged back and forth and he shares with me what he's up to. He is a yoga instructor. He has a yoga studio. And this was, again, mid-2019 that he's reaching out to me. And he has a physical studio doing yoga. And they're doing pretty well, but they've been wanting to transfer that to an online business for a long time, for years. They've been wanting to do that and they just couldn't figure it out. They tried a couple of times and it didn't go well. And they just kind of reverted back to what they knew best was the in-person yoga studio, right? However, it was getting to a point where they just had their first child. So they just had their first child and they finally realized, you know what? Enough is enough, right? We talked about it the last few days, right? That never again moment. Never again will I allow circumstances to get in the way of creating my dream, especially because it's no longer just about me. I've got a little one to be able to take care of. I got a future to build, right? And so that's kind of the point that they got to. They said enough is enough. And that's when they reached out and they said, we've been wanting to do this and trying to figure this out. And we know that you and that Lurn and that Anik, you guys are the ones to help us do this. That's why I'm reaching out. And here's the thing that you need to understand. His yoga studio, their yoga studio was in New York City. So just take a moment to think about that. And again, I get emotional about it because I know what this man has been through. I know what their family has gone through, and they came to work with us. I ended up speaking with him and his wife, Elisa, directly. I wanted to, he reached out to me directly. I gave him that honor of being able to connect with him directly. And at the time I had the opportunity to do that and spoke with both of them. And they ended up enrolling into, again, an event that we actually do not have anymore. And they kind of got into deeper masterminds and everything. and applied the methodology that we're teaching here now. But they came and they invested $20,000, $30,000 to be a part of a very, very exclusive group of people here. And within a few months, they were doing $50,000 a month with their online business. Just think about that. And they just recently, in 2020, they recently had their second child. So just think about this couple who just had their first child, trying to figure things out. And in mid-2019, they reach out because enough is enough. They know they've got to do something different. They feel called to go beyond just the current yoga studio that they have. And it was in New York City. Could you have imagined where they would be if they didn't have the courage to reach out and raise their hand and say, I've got to do something different? Could you imagine March 2020 staring them in the face with a yoga studio in freaking New York City? A physical yoga studio, which is where they make all their money, and they have a newborn that they need to take care of. Could you imagine? Like, I get chills even thinking about that, knowing what they've gone through, and to now see them go from, having that yoga studio to being able to live in their dream home. They actually ended up moving out to Mexico and, taking on amazing clients. They created a premium offer with yoga. Guys, they created a $7,500 offer with a yoga focused, health focused offer. They were doing like $19 free admission into their yoga studio to get people in. And we took what they did and applied it to create a $7,500 offer that they absolutely started crushing it with, and created they actually ended up creating an online training where they could actually work with people, and people could even come into a kind of a small enclosed retreat if they wanted to. But they had an incredible, incredible gift. And what's powerful now is that they are now able to move within the value ladder that we talked about yesterday, right? They have an amazing premium offer. They've been wanting to write a book. They've been wanting to share their gift in so many different ways online. Now they're capable of doing that. Remember what we talked about yesterday? You have permission to start wherever is right for you on that value ladder and apply the principles of what Perry Belcher was sharing with you today. Make sense? But that is, again, that's just a powerful story of somebody, of a couple that came together. And again, just had that enough is enough moment and said, we got to figure this out. And so how about somebody like Kit? So somebody like Kit actually started the other way on the value ladder. She started and came to us to write her book. She wanted to launch her book, The Ancient Healing in a Modern World. We were able to do that with her and go up the value ladder and inevitably create a premium offer retreat that she ended up selling out within like the first, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. So pretty remarkable. And so she was bringing in 10K enrollments because she leveraged her book, right? Remember the funnels we talked about yesterday? She leveraged the book to be able to bring people into her ecosystem and enroll them, speak with them, enroll them into her premium offer, which was a 10K retreat at the time, and would bring people together. And she sold that out within, again, a very short amount of time, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. Somebody like Laura, you guys heard about yesterday, right? We created that premium offer, that simple accelerator funnel with her. She was able to, instead of in 3 years, which was her goal, she was able to retire in just 3 months and get her business up to $60,000 a month. Now, her offer, if you remember from yesterday, she was able to create a free report, right? So we were able to kind of give that low ticket offer upfront, the upfront, free report. And she had a premium offer where she works with women who are looking to upgrade their leadership and be able to develop themselves. So Laura focuses on personal development, law of attraction, and she's able to work with women who are upgrading their leadership. So somebody like Denny. Denny is someone who, this is another incredible story, guys. So Denny came to us in January of 2020. It was during the last event that we did in person. He came to us in January 2020, not really knowing what direction he wanted to go as an entrepreneur. Maybe you're in that position right now where you're not really 100% sure. You just really need to get around the right people and the right mentors that guide you in exactly what is going to be most profitable for you. That's exactly where Denny was. Denny is a dentist, And he came to us because he had kind of reached a plateau with his dentistry and, quite honestly, personally. He just felt like there's more that I can be doing. There's more I want to create. There's more I'm passionate about. How do I make this work? I want to be an entrepreneur at another level. And he didn't know. So he came to us, and in January of 2020, get this, guys, January of 2020, we were able to meet Denny. He came together with our community. We walked him through the process of getting his entrepreneur journey going off on the right foot. And in February and March of 2020, he had the best 2 years of his practice as a dentist in his life. He had 2 six-figure months in February and March of 2020. And then he got completely shut down overnight. So just think of that. Came to us in January. In February and March, had the 2 best months of his practice, doing 6 figures those months, and then overnight gets shut down completely, goes to 0 for no fault of his own. Now, did we just say, hey, Denny, well, best of luck? No, we came immediately together with him and we started applying exactly what all of these individuals have in common, the exact step-by-step process of, hey, we got to create your own offer. Let's go ahead and start building this and see where you need to go on the value ladder. We immediately came together with him. We created an amazing offer. And as Denny mentions, I always kind of share a little bit more conservatively and say within about a month, he had his first enrollment. Whenever I interview him, he's like, no, it was actually within a couple of days, I had my first $12,000 enrollment. So within a couple of days, he had his first $12,000 enrollment, and it was in the health niche because he's really passionate about, triathlons and marathons and stuff like that. He's really into health and wellness, and he really loves that direction. And of course, being a dentist, he really cares about, your overall health and well-being. So we created an offer in that space. And within a couple of days, he had his first $12,000 client. Well, here's the thing. He then went on to have he made his first $62,000 in the first few weeks because he had a $50,000 client. So we created a premium offer, which is his $12K, health and wellness offer. And then he was able to enroll a $50,000 client that was able to come together with him. And again, in the health space. Well, now Denny is actually, he gives back to our community. Like Denny has become one of our certified mastery coaches, is now serving the community. He is now operating not only in his business, but he also spends time at his dentistry as well because he loves it, right? There's a big difference between going to a job because you have to versus going and doing a trade that you really love because you love it. Denny now has that opportunity because his dentistry practice is back open. He's able to serve his community, and he has this amazing coaching offer, which is just remarkable. He actually just shared with us recently because he's one of our community members. He's part of our deeper coaching community here. He just shared with us recently, and I said this to Anik, and he was just blown away. Denny enrolled a professional athlete, somebody that used to be a professional athlete, professional baseball player who just recently retired. In one simple conversation that they had together, they were sitting down together, and Denny started communicating with him, applying what we teach in terms of enrollment, in terms of connection, in terms of conversation, everything that we've been sharing with you guys. And within about 20 minutes, this ex-professional baseball player said, I don't know what it's going to take, but we need to work together because everything you just share with me is more valuable than any sports psychologist that I've ever worked with, that I've paid thousands of dollars a month to. Whatever it is that this is, I'm in. That is the power of being able to communicate in an aligned way, right? And really be able to honor the principles of enrollment that we teach. So that was Denny's offer. How about somebody like Dustin, who kind of went the agency route? Dustin is a young entrepreneur who was struggling before he came to us to get things moving in his business. And really after 2 years of reading all the books, doing all the courses, right, watching all the free YouTube videos, within just weeks of working with us, he was able to celebrate his first $10,000 month. How awesome is that with his agency? And he's now, scaled that and has gone on to have even more success. But that was the direction he went. He went more of the agency model where he is able to, have people work with him. If some of you guys are thinking, for example, well, Jeremy, this is so awesome. And this has been amazing. But I'm just a little unsure as to what I can bring to the marketplace. Well, here's the thing. Number one, we can help you figure that out. I guarantee you have value to offer to the marketplace that we can turn into a very powerful offer. However, you've got to remember, even if that is the roadblock you're coming up against, that is still not, absolutely not reason to quit. We can still find a solution, right? There's always solutions for the committed. And how about just leveraging other people's knowledge and expertise? You heard from John yesterday, right? John has a creative genius that he was trying to figure out on his own, but inevitably we came together and he now leverages another expert's knowledge and skills, and he adds his own creative genius to that. Well, that's exactly what somebody like Kelton has done as well. Kelton had his first $10,000 day earlier this year, actually did over 100 grand within like the first 15 days of this year, leveraging other people's knowledge and expertise. Somebody like Mike, who is actually going to be joining us in a little bit here. All right. He's actually on with us, and I'm going to have him come on here in a little bit. So he's going to be joining us live. He's going to be speaking with you live and going to be able to interact with you. And Mike is actually just recently celebrated his first $100,000 month. Somebody that came to us just a couple of years ago and was in exactly the position that you are in. He did not have an offer. He did not have a coaching offer. He did not have an online information offer. He was running a software business and doing pretty well at it. But he knew he wanted to kind of do something more. And we were able to come together with him to do that. And now he's absolutely just crushing it. Again, he just recently celebrated his first $100,000 month. How powerful is that? You're going to hear from him in a little bit here. You are going to personally hear from him. Yes, we brought him on, and we also have somebody that's going to be joining us named Victor, because Victor did similar to what Kit did. He launched his book. So he went the other way on the value ladder of launching his book, getting that out there, and leveraging his book to bring people into his premium offer, which is coming together with people coaching. He now has like a dozen clients that he works with at a premium level to be able to come together and help them, literally, as the book says, get off the bench, okay, get things going. And so they are both going to be joining us. Both Mike and Victor are going to be on. I'm actually going to bring on Mike first, and then Victor is going to be joining us as well, all right? But here's the thing. What do they all have in common? What do they all have in common? Every single one of them have three things in common. Number one is they all came together to get deeper mentorship. They did not tolerate trying to just figure this out on their own and duct tape information together into a business and hope that it works. They all got deeper mentorship. Number two is they all activated themselves under the principles and agreements that we've discussed this week. So they were in the exact position that you guys were in. And they had to come together and align themselves with those agreements, to trust the process, to do what it takes, to activate themselves in this community and get going with taking action on these principles, right? To get uncomfortable, to follow through, to take immediate, imperfect, decisive action. Right? That's our mantra, right? Immediate, imperfect, decisive action. And then number three is they were all very deeply coachable, and they are incredibly resourceful, meaning they are willing to do whatever it takes to figure things out. And they're not willing to allow any roadblock to hold them back. They are just remarkable individuals. That's why they have remarkable results, quite honestly. So that's what they have in common. And really, all of that is something that Anik and I have both kind of packaged into what we call digital empire, okay? That is the deeper level mentorship and coaching we have available at Lurn, where you are able to come together with an unlimited access to world-class coaches and a private community of 6- and 7-figure entrepreneurs to be able to help you literally grow your digital empire and put these things into practice. Like, put these things into practice so that you don't have to just wonder anymore. Right? How would you guys like to know exactly what path is right for you and will be most profitable for you in the short term and the long term? How many of you would like to know with absolute certainty exactly what that looks like? Type in a me in the chat box. Type in me if you would like to know with absolute certainty, man, what is the right path for me? And you know what? What's going to be most profitable? What can I do to start getting momentum going now? And long term, what is that going to look like? How do I scale it to the level that I want? Well, we've developed a simple model that can actually help you track, like fast track your income to 6 figures and beyond with a path that best fits you, whether that is the digital publishing or whether that is premium offers. Okay. And so what this looks like is, you got to remember, both paths allow you to take advantage of the massive $400 billion and growing, by the way, information selling market. It's on track to reach $1 trillion, this industry of information online businesses, by 2027. So in the next few years, it's going to be $1 trillion industry, maybe even sooner, because it's exponentially growing. And so you also get to take advantage of a proven model that's all about working smarter, not harder. So without all the overcomplicated funnels or websites or blogs or high pressure sales tactics, none of that stuff. You're building a business that really is designed to make an impact, both for the people you serve, but also for you, because you develop as an entrepreneur. You develop your sales skills and marketing skills at a level that sets you apart in the marketplace. And this is what hundreds of students, thousands of students are already using. And a small group of them are making $20,000 to $100,000 a month. You saw somebody like Dominique, $100,000 a day, all while doing what they love. And no matter which path you choose, we can help you grow your income online and achieve the life that you've always dreamed of. And we can help you do that, similar to what we did with Marco. Marco is another example who desperately wanted to quit his IT job, but struggled to start his business and really break through the imposter syndrome. How many of you have experienced that, right? The imposter syndrome of, well, I know I have something to offer, but I don't know what it is. And I'm afraid people are going to think that I'm like a fake or whatever, right? That imposter syndrome of not feeling like you're good enough to really be able to, start small and get things moving. Well, we helped him break through that. And he was able to, within 20 minutes of a conversation that I had with him. So I came together with him and was able to coach him for 20 minutes. And within 24 hours of that conversation, he enrolled his very first $5,000 clients with zero marketing or business experience, by the way, right? This guy has an IT, background. And so within the next 90 days after that, he was able to triple his entire income and now runs a multiple 6-figure business. And I love this because I saw this recently on his Instagram and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so awesome. This is like literally, this is the path we walked him through. It was so cool. So it's on his Instagram. He has from IT guy to 6-figure business owner within 3 months. And again, it's just so awesome. It's like, oh, that was us. That's so awesome. So people like Marco, that's exactly what we did. How about somebody like Dr. P? Dr. P was somebody who was a struggling professional and single mom, struggling to really be able to find the time and the energy to share her passion beyond just work. She was a surgeon and she knew she had more to offer in the health space and being able to serve women on a larger scale. Dr. P shared with us in an interview that she made more progress from the first day going through applying what we teach inside of Digital Empire, the program Digital Empire, than a lot of people make within 5 years, sometimes in their whole lives. So she was taking the principles that we've packaged into Digital Empire of being able to build her business the right way. Anik actually stood on stage with her for like 90 minutes and literally walked her through this entire like beautiful mind moment. And with the proprietary enrollment process and method that I teach and that I shared with her, she was able to start enrolling $7,500 clients in just 30 minutes. And again, guys, if you notice, these are not people that came from like a sales background. These are introverts. These are people that were they're at a career as an IT specialist. These are surgeons. These are people that have a background in, just ordinary everyday people. And applying what works, they're able to make it work. And so how about somebody like Judy? Judy was an accountant and she came to us, applied exactly what we teach with inside of Digital Empire, and was able to start enrolling $7,500 clients consistently and being able to leverage her time with more of an online approach. She was an accountant for years, really amazing at what she did. She was trying to apply a different strategy, and that's what we helped her do. How about somebody like Christopher? Christopher is actually going to be joining us, I think later this week. It might be tomorrow. He's going to be joining us because his story about driving traffic organically is absolutely powerful. He, within 6 days, within 6 days of joining this deeper mentorship, within 6 days, he had his first $20,000 day from scratch, starting his business, getting his offer going, and starting to activate his network, right? Remember what I told you guys yesterday? Every one of you have your first 6 figures or next 6 figures hanging out, waiting for you in a dormant network you have not yet activated. Well, Christopher did exactly what we teach, and within 6 days was starting to celebrate $6,500 sales. This is the first one he made that day at before even 9 a.m. He had his first $6,500 sale. He ended up going on to make right around $20,000 that day, and has been doing $40,000 to $50,000 a month ever since then, over the last few months since joining us earlier this year. He's going to be sharing with you tomorrow because he actually joined right around the time we did our last big 5-day event. And so he was a part of that. And so he's going to come on tomorrow and share with you an insight on what that looked like. All right. He opened that opportunity. He actually started enrolling clients from one word message, from a 1-word message that we'll share with you guys tomorrow what that was. All right. And so all of these people had one thing in common. Every one of them had all the right tools, the training, the coaching, and the community that we have compiled into Digital Empire. Now, just think of this. Okay. Just think of this. How would you like to be able to get hands-on help picking the right path and niche, like literally having Anik and I and the Lurn team wrapped around you to be able to make decisions and take action on exactly what path and what niche is most profitable, specific to you being able to confidently make that decision so that you can ensure the most successful, profitable path from the start without wasting time or money trying to figure it out, right? Do you guys realize that you're going to spend the time and the money anyways? If you're serious about building your business and you are committed to making this work over the next 3 months, 6 months, year, you are going to spend the money and time anyways. What these individuals made the decision to do was invest that time and energy with intention. And so they put the right people around them, the right mentors around them. They had Anik and me in their corner, literally walking them through step by step, a start to finish solution, hands-on, getting personalized coaching and support to decide which revenue path was right for them so that they can start making sales fast, being able to get step-by-step guidance and proven templates for creating an irresistible offer that sells itself straight from 9-figure entrepreneurs with years of experience. This is straight from Anik, myself, and the other amazing entrepreneurs that we have taught and we have trained and we have coached up to the 6, 7, 8, even 9-figure level. And so we get a simple start to finish solution to help you build a highly profitable information business, all the way from niche clarity to client acquisition, so that you can pursue your passions without getting your eyes, without gluing your eyes onto the computer screen. So you don't have to spend 24 hours behind a computer. We want you to be able to scale and grow this business the way that you want. And you're going to have experienced entrepreneurs take you by the hand and show you the most simple and effective low-tech way to profitably and predictably monetize your audience, all without the fancy funnels and overcomplicated marketing strategies. What would that mean to you to be able to have that in place? How about access to cutting-edge marketing strategies that show you how to activate an infinite enrollment ecosystem of high qualified buyers before even spending your first dollar on ads? Or how about getting an ongoing support and accountability from a private community of 6- and 7-figure entrepreneurs who will push you to perform at your best, who will not tolerate anything less from you than what you say you're committed to, no matter the circumstances, right? How many of you would like to have that person in your corner where if something like yesterday came up for you, you wouldn't be spending a day or a week or a month just letting that go by? You'd have people uplifting you and helping you be able to figure this out and find solutions and get it moving. How many of you like to be able to have that? That's exactly what we do. And we give you access to most exclusive program at Lurn, where you'll be able to get access to everything from cutting edge training to world-class coaching and 24/7 support. That's what we do inside of Digital Empire. Now, let me give you an understanding of the way that this works, okay? Inside of Digital Empire, we have an orientation, okay? Inside of the Digital Empire program, we have an orientation where it gets you clear on exactly what path is going to be most profitable for you, which you are able to make a confident and clear decision on moving forward. And you know exactly what path to go down and what is going to be the path that you can launch and monetize your business and inevitably scale long-term. Is that the path of digital publishing? Or is that the path of premium offers down the road of what we call digital business accelerator, applying the accelerator model that I created? So that's what we're going to help you get clear on. And that's what we do inside of Digital Empire. Now, here's the thing. This program is not for everyone, okay? And we take very, very seriously who we invite into this. You absolutely need to qualify. We need to make sure that this is truly the right thing for you. We want to do right by you. We want to make sure that you are going in the right direction. And if Digital Empire is that direction, great. We will come together on the game plan for doing that. If it is not, if we are not 100% confident that we can help you and figure this out and Digital Empire is the right path, then we will let you know that and we will lead you in the right direction. We have plenty of ways to serve you, okay? We are not looking to get you into a program that is not right for you. So this program is only for students who are 100% serious about accelerating their online business forward. And you must be willing to put in the work. Listen, we will show you everything of what to do. Literally start to finish, step by step. We literally hand you what you need, the templates, the funnels, all that stuff. But we won't do the work for you, right? We cannot deprive you of that. We will not do you the disservice of just doing it for you. You've got to show up and do the work. We've got to continue to honor the agreements that we come together on this 5 days for, right? But let's be honest, guys, you're not going to be a millionaire in the next 5 days. So we want to be able to let you be clear on how we can move forward long-term if you decide to say, I want to get more hands-on help, get deeper coaching, but you've got to be willing to show up and do the work and continue the agreements we've made here this week. All right. You must qualify for this opportunity to be able to enter Digital Empire. Okay. You must qualify for it. We need to make sure we're bringing the right people into this. If you're truly interested in joining Digital Empire, here's what we need to do. Okay. Here's what we need to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you the link here in a second to be able to go, and you're going to go through 2 steps. All right. Very simple. You're going to first be invited to put down $100 deposit. Now, let me go ahead and be very clear up front. It is not charging you. You will not be charged. We are simply looking to have you put your credit card on the table and say, I am committed, because we have only so many advisors to speak with you, to have that conversation with you. That call is really, free for you, if you will, because if we don't find that it's the right fit, you're not, the Digital Empire is not really the right direction, we will let you know that and make that very, very clear. If we do find that, this is a perfect fit, this is exactly what is right for you, and we want to make sure that you have a clear game plan, we're going to come together with you, and we only expect you to be as excited as we are to find solutions, figure out a way to be able to get into Digital Empire immediately so that we can start diving in, and you can dive in with Anik and myself together in Digital Empire. All right. So that $100 deposit, again, it doesn't charge you. It's just a hold on your card, similar to like if you go to a hotel or whatever. It's a hold on your card. If for any reason Digital Empire is not the right fit, you get your $100. We cancel the charge or whatever, and nothing happens. If you decide, and we come together and identify that, you are really the right person that we want to bring into this community, and we extend you an invitation to join Digital Empire, you're going to come together with your advisor on exactly what it takes to do that. And you're going to find solutions for being able to get in there as soon as possible here in the next couple of hours. You are going to dive in and get going. All right. So I'm going to give you the link. You're going to go through 2 steps. Go ahead and just put down that $100, hold. Then you're going to book your call at the time that works best for you here in the next 24 hours. Okay. Book your time with one of our expert advisors. They are going to be speaking with you. They've set aside the time over the next few days to speak with you directly about Digital Empire, what it looks like, and make sure that it truly is the right fit. So what we're going to do on that call, okay, is we're going to go through 3 things. And I'm going to give you the link now so that you can go ahead and start booking that call. All right. Here's what we're going to do on that conversation with your advisor. All right. You can go to lurn.com/empire is where you want to go right now. Lurn.com/empire. Go there right now to book your call with your advisor. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to do 3 things. Number 1 is we are going to have a conversation about where you are right now. We want to know exactly what's going on with you and your business. Listen, we respect and honor that you have a unique situation, a unique business, a unique gift to bring to the marketplace. So If you're thinking to yourself over the last few days, man, this is awesome. Like, is it going to work for me? The answer, the honest answer is we do not know unless we have a conversation with you, right? So I want you to do this right now. Go to lurn.com/empire so that we can get the real answer of what direction is really best for you. So that first thing that we're going to talk about in the conversation with your advisor is really where you're at right now. What is the position you are in with your business currently? What are you doing? What have you done in the past? What's worked? What's not worked? That's the first thing we're going to explore. Now, you need to come into that conversation willing to be as honest and as clear and as transparent as we have been with you. Be as honest as you possibly can with your advisor. Why? Because they are here to serve you. So be radically transparent with your advisor. Let them know where you're at. Let them know what you're struggling with. Let them know what has held you back in the past. Because the second thing we're going to explore is, what are you looking to accomplish moving forward? Seriously, if you were to apply everything that we're teaching you this week, if you were to work with us long-term and have me and Anik in your corner, walking you step by step through exactly what you need to do, what are you looking to achieve and accomplish? What is your goal with your business? Where are you looking to take this? What kind of momentum are you looking to build by the end of 2021, right? We're going to explore and come together with you on what that looks like. And then number 3 is we are going to go deep into understanding if or how digital empire aligns with that trajectory to make sure that 100% is the right fit for both of us, right? So if either of us identify that, listen, this really isn't just the right fit, no worries. We have plenty of ways to serve you. At least you know 100% this is the right direction or not. Or we come together with you and we find, and we are 100% confident that we can help you achieve and accomplish the goals that you're sharing with us with Digital Empire. Again, we only expect you to be as excited as we are to come together, find solutions, figure out a game plan, and get moving into Digital Empire so that we can start focusing on what really matters, right? And what really matters is you growing, you making progress, you getting this business going, okay? So go to lurn.com/empire right now to book your call, all right? I have the team sharing with me exactly how many spots we have available, just to make sure that all of you that are looking to speak with one of our advisors and communicate with a real person from our team, we want you to be able to get clear. We want you to be confident. And guys, quite honestly, I personally, Anik and I both personally do not want you to leave this week, leave today without at least knowing with certainty your direction moving forward. Whether that's Digital Empire or whether it's maybe some other way that we can serve you, we want you to at least have confidence in your path forward so that you can go and take these principles and continue to apply them long-term, because that's where we are with you. We are with you in this for the long run, not just for the next few days. We are here with you for the long run, and how dare us ever deprive you of that experience by just spending 5 days and saying, oh, well, good luck. That's not what we're here to do. So this is what all of the amazing students that we've shared with you and that are coming and speaking with you that have been some of our most successful students. They've all had deeper mentorship. They've all had the hands-on help. They've all had Anik and I right there in the room with them to be able to support them, to build things, to be able to get things going. And so we want to be able to absolutely share with you what that looks like and be able to have a conversation with you to identify with certainty whether or not that truly is the right fit for you right now. Okay. So go to lurn.com/empire. Okay. LURN.com/empire. Type in a number 1 if you are going there right now. If you're on the page, if it came up for you, you're on that URL. Type in a number 1 if you are there right now. Type in a number 1. All right. I've seen a ton of ones. Perfect. Awesome. Guys, go to that page. You can open it up on another tab. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on our guests. Okay. So I'm going to bring on Mike first. Mike, I think you're still there. I'm going to bring on Mike first, who is going to come on and just give some insight to you about what he's gone through, what his experience was, and also, hey, what brought him to $100,000 a month? Pretty awesome. So he's going to share that with you, and we'll keep this URL up, guys, so that you know what it is, you know where to go. You can open it up in a new tab, so that as we're speaking and as you're gaining the insight here and hearing from Mike, you can go in, you can book your call with an advisor. You can go ahead and get that booked and scheduled. Do that right now. And I'm going to bring on Mr. Mike Montes. How are you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Good. How are you?
Well, man, thank you for sticking out with us. I know we went a little bit over time with Perry's presentation, just amazing stuff. But we're honored to be able to have you on. And as you saw me share there, just what you've gone through and the impact that, not only you've had on this community, but how the community has on you. And what we've been able to do together, and just kind of what you've been able to experience. And of course, being able to celebrate recently that first 100K month. Share with us some insight into what you were required to go through, the challenges and the obstacles to be able to get to that point. How did that kind of start, you coming and working with Anik and Lurn and myself? How did that look like?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you, to be honest with you, when we got started in the program that you guys don't have anymore, we kind of went really with certain expectations, right? Which I think as an entrepreneur, we always think that this is the way it's going to go. And, you kind of have this fantasy, right? All built up of what I'm to achieve, but also what my problem is.
Yes.
So
all the beautiful expectations.
That's right. Yeah. So I ended up, myself and my business partner, we went together, and we ended up going through just a tremendous amount of, honestly, what I thought was going to be, working on the business, I really found to be working on myself and making some big decisions about where I was stuck. Right. I think it's already been said, but it was always everyone else's problem, right? Or it was a website that maybe was broken, or it was something else. And with my background in technology, that's usually my go-to, right? Is I want to, maybe I need to switch this landing page, or the website's not clear enough, or we need to rewrite something, or, rebrand something. And that's always in my mind back then, that was always the first solution. And going through and understanding really as an entrepreneur, everything that we're building and everything that we're creating starts with us. And, discovering that I was stuck in complacency, which for me, Jeremy, was a really hard thing for me to even understand, because I'm so futuristic. I'm always coming up with new ideas, right? And the new idea thing isn't hard, but then figuring out how to take action on that, having a system in place and support to help me get there. That's where I kept getting stuck. Now I'd owned many businesses before that, but there was always this glass ceiling, right? And I thought it's everyone else's problem, right? It's not my problem. It's the world, it's the economy, it's the whatever, right? You name it. I always would blame something else. But going through with you, with Anik at Lurn, and understanding that I was the one actually putting the glass ceiling there, right? And then, I could never seem to break through it, because I would, without knowing it, I would just get another one, right? I'd make a little bit of progress, make a crack. And then my mindset, the things that were keeping me stuck, was inadvertently going and repairing that glass ceiling, so I could never break through. So going through Lurn and going with you guys, actually got to break through in kind of a major way.
Yeah. Well, I see a comment here from Celia. Frustration was my constant companion when I was unclear about my expectations. So I had unfilled expectations all the time. I was bitter and unhappy until I took a close look at my expectations and took control of them. And that's really what you're describing, Mike, right? It's like being able to just ground yourself. And we've certainly seen from you, Mike, is just that energy of staying very grounded and connected to this message of building a business that matters, doing something that's really meaningful. And it's that shift that we've seen, that I've certainly seen in you, is really being able to just take that and run with it. And the direction that you've gone is just remarkable in terms of what you've experienced here. Because for all of you listening, guys, for everybody listening and watching, so what Mike went through and what Mike has experienced since then is really a reflection of the agreements that we've discussed this week, right? It's a mentor coming together with a student that is willing to just receive the gift of that mentorship and take action. Guys, the two best things that you can do for any mentor that you really genuinely respect and that you trust, right? Somebody like Anik, somebody like Lurn, you number one, you do exactly what they tell you to do. Go out there and implement, take action, do exactly what they tell you to do. Why? Because they have your best interest at heart, right? I'm seeing some of the comments here, guys, from some of you who quite honestly just need to get the hell off the training. Quite honestly, we've made it very, very clear to you. Hell, I even gave you the homework and said, listen, day's over. We delivered with a keynote speaker. Perry Belcher was here. He gave you gold. Go run with it. Go do your thing. Keep doing what you want to do if you want to do that. Keep trying it on your own. Keep going by trial and error. That's fine. You don't need to stay on. Everything that we're doing right now, guys, this is just a bonus. We wanted to share this with you. And again, we wanted to give you insight because many of you have been asking about it, is how to be able to get that deeper mentorship and be able to move forward beyond these 5 days. What does that look like? Anik talked about on day one, the opportunity of just being a part of Lurn Nation, right? Some of you want to really, really get more hands-on support. We respect that and we honor that. And so that's why we're just kind of spending this extra time to give you guys clarity on what that looks like and be able to bring some people on. So you're not just hearing it from me, but that you're hearing it from real people, your peers, people that have gone through this, people that have been through your same situation. Does that make sense? So can you guys share in the comments, just share a grateful in the comments for those of you that do genuinely appreciate that we are being completely transparent with you here. And we're just giving you the insight as to what our most successful students do. Awesome. No, thank you guys. I appreciate that. And I hope, again, this is kind of, Anik has his Coach Anik moments and I get my Coach Jeremy moments from time to time, just to give you guys the reality check. Guys, you need to just drop the I gotcha moment or, there we go. We're selling it. And guys, we're not selling you anything. We're giving you a free damn phone call to have a conversation with a real person to come together on what is the right path for you. And if that is digital empire, great. If that's not, that's fine too. We want to make sure that by the end of today that you have absolute certainty on your path forward. Does that make sense? So, and again, if it is digital empire, then let's come together and find a solution because it's going to get you to where you want to go, right? Let's figure out a way to make that happen. So Mike, when it comes to that experience for you and what you've really gone through here, what has been the most meaningful thing to you, Mike, being a part of Lurn, being able to experience Anik, myself, and the coaches and what that has offered for you? What has been the most meaningful thing for you if somebody has actually gone through it?
Well, so, I hope I don't get too emotional here, but back when everyone was going through what happened last year in March, right? That was for everyone, that was a hard time, right? Everything changed. I remember, thinking back about Brian and Elise too, and, being there in New York City and having to have to go through that if they didn't have something to fall back on. For me, my wife was also, she was pregnant and we gave birth to our newest little guy, just about a year and a half ago. And I, without going into too much of the gory details, we almost lost her. What we thought was a very normal pregnancy, we had no indication whatsoever, turned out to be a bit of a nightmare where she lost 88% of her blood there on the operating table. And here's something, Jeremy mentioned Dr. P, right? While I was going through the certification with you guys, and who was on the phone with me, helping me to understand what was going on with my wife was Dr. P, right? She was texting me, calling me when my head was spinning, to be honest. And I can remember, my wife getting out of the ICU, and I'm downstairs with my son, and I hopped on a call with you guys. And Crystal, I remember first I popped on and Crystal was so excited to see me, and she's like, I can't believe you're on here. And I needed community. right now I've got a wonderful family. I've got lots of friends outside of Lurn. It's not as though I didn't have anyone to support me, but it's not a sales pitch. It's not anything, as far as I know, Jeremy, you're not sending me a check for this, right? So this is genuine, right? I'm just telling you my experience. I had a community of people to help me ensure that my business continued. Yeah. I had to shut my business down for 2 months, just to help my wife heal and get back to a point where she was at least somewhat okay. But, and I was able to scale right back into it. In fact, I think the first month back during pandemic with everything going on, I was at $15,000 that first month. Right back into the saddle. But I had a community of people who I was accountable to and who were asking me and who was making sure. And let me tell you, I'm very rooted in my faith. I'm very rooted in my, in entrepreneurship. But that thing, that took me back. I mean, it was emotional. It was an extremely big challenge. And if I didn't have people around me supporting me in that time, I don't know where I'd be, right? I don't know if I'd be able to get to $100,000 in a month, or anything. I could have very well gone a lot of different directions. So I'm eternally grateful to what Jeremy, what you put into this. Everybody at Lurn puts so much into what they're doing to their heart. If this is not at least from my perspective, this is not a marketing thing. This is an opportunity for you guys to be able to connect with people who will be there to support you, to move you when you don't want to move yourself. When you're dealing with things that, my goodness, I hope that nobody ever has to go through what I went through. But the reality is that life is going to throw things at you. We're entrepreneurs, what still means that we're human, right? So we still have things that are going to come at us. We're still going to have up days and down days where we're super excited. I think Anik, in one of his posts recently, he posted inside his head, he posted, the journey of an entrepreneur. And it was like, one day is really excited. The next day it's like, I'm going broke. The next day, it's this fun meme. I shared it with my wife. She's like, that's creepy. That's exactly what you do. Because entrepreneurship is hard. But if you're doing it alone, if you're doing it as an island, man, you're doing it the wrong way. You need support, you need help, you need guidance, you need that coaching, not because you can't do it by yourself, but the results that I've got, over my career before coming to Lurn, were not anywhere near where I'm at today. I was trying to figure out, what do I do? What's wrong? At the end of the day is I needed a coach, right? It's not that I wasn't intelligent enough to figure some of the things out, but Jeremy, sometimes you would say just a couple of words. In fact, there's one moment where I was going to pitch my very first client, and I was very nervous because this client was not only a good friend of mine that I'd known for some time, but her husband had just had this massive catastrophe where he was in the hospital, and I was scheduled to talk with her a day or two after all that stuff happened. So I was on with Jeremy. I was like, yeah, I'm going to be talking to this person, and I'm very, I'm nervous. I feel like I'm burdening her. And it was just a few things that Jeremy said to me that really shifted my mindset about it. And I went and closed that deal. Not only did I close that deal, but another deal right after that deal to make my very first coaching month, $25,000. Right. And it wasn't the funnel. It wasn't the, marketing trick. It was something that was in me that I didn't believe about myself, or I did believe about myself, that was holding me back from making that offer. And that's, among many things, that's a huge thing that helped in the program, becoming a certified mastery coach, working with the team long-term. Like I said, I wouldn't be where I am today.
No,
I really wouldn't.
I honestly, I do not know a single successful person that has gone it alone and never had help. Like every single successful person, like genuinely successful, meaning they not only are thriving in their business, but their life is really on point. They've got incredible relationships. They're energetic, they're healthy, and really building something meaningful. They have so many amazing people around them, and they have mentors, they have accountability, they have the support. And like you said, I love what you mentioned, Mike, which is, other members of the community that you were going through, your peers were also there helping you, right there with you to uplift you through any challenge, along with the coaches, along with myself and Anik right there. That's the special aspect of what we have, in something like Digital Empire, in the deeper mentorships that, are here, that like, that is what is available to all of you guys. And I want to make it very clear that, again, no successful person I've ever seen has just done it alone. They've had the right people around them. Even Perry Belcher that we had on today, right? A legend in this industry, has had mentors, has really had that accountability, that support around him, right? Perry was at the event that we hosted before everything got shut down. Why? Because he was learning from everybody else, just like we all were. He was in the audience taking notes, and then he would go up on stage and share with people. And so that is the power of mentorship. And quite honestly, that's the power of just speaking to the right people, right? Which is why with this conversation, if you go to lurn.com/empire, with that conversation, you can speak with somebody from our team as to what the right direction is for you. And again, if that is Digital Empire, great. We have plenty of ways to serve you inside of Lurn. If it is a deeper level mentorship with hands-on support, with Anik and I in your corner, awesome. We can come together with you on what that can look like if you qualify for the invitation into Digital Empire. All right. If not, that is absolutely fine. At least you were able to speak to somebody from the Lurn team to get absolutely clear on exactly what path is right for you. So go there now, guys. Go there right now. Lurn.com/empire. I know we've got a lot of you on right now who are, enjoying this this part of the training. I really appreciate it. Again, this is all bonus stuff for you, and we're gonna, have Victor on here in a second before we close out with Mike. But before I do that, I just wanted to put the link up on the screen here. Go there right now. Do not wait on this. Do not allow this conversation to wait any longer than it needs to, which is today, right now. Book this conversation with a member from the Lurn team. I want you to go to that URL right now so that by the time we close out, you have your call booked. You are in the schedule with one of our advisors, and you can have that conversation. All right. It's an extension of, hey, what we've been doing all this week. We're going to be very clear, very upfront with you, and we are going to get to the heart of what matters most. We're going to get to the real truth of what's going on with you, where you're at right now, what's working, what's not working, and if or how something like the Digital Empire program is going to really be right for you. Okay. So book that conversation right now with your advisor, lurn.com/empire. Go ahead. And before we get back to Mike here to close out with Mike, give me a number 1 in the chat box. If you are on that page right now, you are getting things on that page filled out and you are booking your call. Give me a number 1. We got so many of you on still right now. This is awesome. So you need to go to lurn.com/empire right now. Do that right now. Okay. And we're going to close out with Mike, and we're going to bring on Victor, one of our another amazing members. And he's going to also share some insight with you as well. So Mike, for you, I mean, obviously you've been able to grow, and it's been amazing because I've kind of seen every bit of it because I had the conversation with you, right? I spoke with you when you were in that position of looking to go to the next level, and we had that conversation. What did it mean for you to be able to actually like speak with someone, not just be thrown to a sales page or whatever, but like actually speak to someone and have a conversation and understand, okay, here's really the direction that best serves me. And you know what, these guys really care. What did that mean to you, Mike, in terms of, what you've experienced and how that's honestly transformed you, the way you do business, right? Because now you speak to people, you have conversations. What has that meant to you to kind of approach business in that way?
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. Honestly, I was a little surprised. I was like, I talked to you, right? I was shocked. I was like, wow, this company really does care. And in fact, I had sworn off webinars. I was like, I'm never going to watch another one. I'd had such bad experiences in the past. So for you to come on and for you to be engaged with me and not really allowing me to not be heard, right? You asked questions that were very real to me and allowed me to, just then have some breakthroughs that I didn't realize I needed to have, right? I didn't understand how stuck I really was. So yeah, I was and am eternally grateful.
Yeah. No, that's wonderful. Well, we're grateful to have you a part of this community, man. I'm very honored to be able to have you on, to be able to share with the larger community what you've gone through. Again, it's actually, it's just really special for me because again, I've been really with you through that whole thing, the whole experience. Have seen you grow, have seen you break through challenges and be able to, achieve amazing things. But through all of that, what has been most meaningful to me, to Anik, and to the larger Lurn community is the way that you have given back to share, your breakthroughs and your wins to be able to pay it forward, right? Like I mentioned to you guys, there's two things that you can do for a mentor that is the most meaningful to any really good mentor, a mentor that truly cares. Number one, you do exactly what they tell you and go put it to practice, right? Go put it out in the market, go make it happen. And then number two is like to just pay it forward, right? Because Anik and I mean, at this point, guys, we could literally walk away and we don't need another dime, right? At this point, what we care about is the exponential growth. And the only way that the exponential growth happens is by us helping you achieve what you say are committed to. And then you going out there and paying it forward. And so to have somebody like Mike who, is it great that we helped Mike get to $100,000 and he's crushing it and now he's, off doing his thing and he's helping other people? Absolutely. But what's really meaningful is that he's paying it forward. He's sharing that gift and that creative genius now with so many people that quite honestly, Anik and I could not touch. Like there are people that's going to resonate with Mike that don't resonate with us, right? And that he's able to serve that we're not maybe able to serve. So we have that exponential impact. And, Mike is a living example of what truly it means to have the level of character to come into this deeper mentorship that we have available to you guys. So if you want a firsthand look at the character and the commitment that it takes, Mike is a great example. Victor, who we'll be bringing on, is a great example. All the people you've heard from, Nita, Tutsian, John yesterday. Guys, these are walking examples of the character required to be able to get the most out of your journey and the commitment necessary to be able to go as deep as you need to go and grow. So Mike, thank you so much for coming on, man, and for sharing your gift, and really appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mike. All right, guys. So go to lurn.com/empire right now. All right. Getting a lot of love here, Mike. Very nice. Thank you, guys. Give a big shout out to Mike. Awesome. I'm going to bring on Victor here. Before I do that, just make sure, go to lurn.com/empire. The slots are filling up very, very quickly. All right. Let me get a confirmation from the team to make sure if we have any issue there. You guys need to go there right now. Seriously. All right. This is not false scarcity. Guys, we don't play that kind of game. Get to that page and book your call. All right. We only have so many advisors. All right. I want to be very, very clear with you guys. We only have so many advisors. Yes, these are real people. They have a real schedule and they have time to speak with you personally. So these are real advisors that are going to be having that conversation with you. There's only so many of them on the team, right? This call, while it's, free for you, basically, right? You're putting down that $100, hold, which we're not even charging you. It's free for you, but it's not free for us. It's not free for Lurn. It's not free for Anik. Okay. We are investing to pay these advisors to speak with you, to have a conversation with you, to really be able to get the heart of what matters, and to be able to make sure that you are better served, to take care of you, to make sure you know the direction that is best for you, to make sure that you have confidence and a clear understanding of what the next steps are, whether that's digital empire or not. All right. So please book your call and honor that time. Make sure that you show up for that time. If it happens to be during one of these sessions, that's totally fine. Just go ahead and get to that call and you'll be able to come together with us during those times. I saw somebody asked a question about that. But book that call right now, okay? And here's the thing. Before I bring on Victor, I do want to address the reality that, as I mentioned, while this call is really just free for you, it's not for Anik, it's not for Lurn. We invest on a daily basis to figure out ways to better serve you. And if that means being able to speak with you and not just, send you to a sales page or something, no, we want to have a conversation. We want to know what's going on. We want to really make sure that we are coming together with you and your unique situation to figure out what's best moving forward, right? Not just make that assumption on our end and say, hey, here's the right program for you, go buy it. No, we want to know is this really in alignment? And do you qualify to even be able to enter a environment and an ecosystem that is going to be very intense, that is going to be very hands-on, that is going to be able to connect you with people like Mike, with people like Nita, with people like Tutsian, with people like Victor, who you're going to hear from, right? And what we want to just know is that you reflect that same level of character and commitment and willingness to go all in, and that this path does align with where you wanted to go, right? So make sure you book that call. All right, make sure you book that call right now. Digital Empire is the program. And guys, yes, absolutely, of course, there is an investment, and of course, we have all the resources available to you to be able to support you in the journey of the business. But there's an investment to that, because there's an investment that Anik and Lurn is making to have world-class coaches come together around you, to have a support team and network that works with you long-term, right? This is not just, a few days that we're spending with you. Those of you that get invited into Digital Empire, this is a long-term, together, step-by-step, to help you build long-term, a sustainable business long-term, to not only figure out what's going to be most powerful and profitable in the short term, so that you can get going, you can get momentum, but also we're going to be with you for the long term to make sure that you continue to grow that, continue to scale it, and get to the point where you got people like Mike. Again, Mike's been with us for a couple of years now. Somebody like Victor, same thing, a couple of years now. Dominique, a few years, right? And we've seen them grow through every step. When Mike made his first sale, we didn't just say, hey, congratulations, and we wish you the best of luck now that you've made your first sale. No, we've walked with him step by step through his entire journey, and we continue to be there, right there with him. That's what we want to be able to do with you, and just make sure that it really is the right fit for you. All right, so go to lurn.com/empire. Lurn.com/empire. And let's go ahead and bring on Victor. So guys, you can go ahead and I think Victor's with us. I know he kind of was going. He might have.
I'm here.
There you go. Here. Hey, Victor.
I've been here.
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna bring on Victor, and really what I'd like to do with Victor is, because I actually it was pretty awesome. Victor and I got to come together. He actually came down to where we are, and Crystal and I were able to see him in person recently and get an update on how things are going. And it's awesome to be able to be able to do that. Victor, give us a little bit of an insight though on your journey getting into Lurn and being a part of this community, and really what you had to go through to be able to have those first breakthroughs.
Okay, how much time we got?
Oh man, it's been one hell of a journey, hasn't it?
Yeah, I know a lot of people's been here for a while. When I first got on, it was like 800 or 900 people on. Now it's about half of that. I know you guys have been on for a long time, so let me commend you guys for sticking around, listening to Mike's story, listen to my story. I know there's a couple bad apples that were there. I was reading all the comments, had my popcorn as I was listening and kind of watching. Too bad Jeremy's message didn't get to the very people who were basically don't pay attention. When he said the training's over, it's over. Anyways, I'm just trying to acknowledge you because you guys been here for a while. So I first heard about Lurn when I was like most people probably here, looking for something to do online. At the time, I had a well-paying job. I was a software engineer. I live in San Francisco. I was a software engineer for a long time. So, I was making a good amount of money. However, the amount of time I had to spend on the job and away from my new family that was, I was just starting with my wife and my brand new kid, was starting to eat at me. So as I was trying to find something, I discovered land investing. And that actually worked out for me, but it wasn't working fast enough. Now, back then, I didn't have real mentorship. I had people showing me what to do, but the head trash, the stuff that kind of stopped me in my tracks, that made me see things in a different light that wasn't going to help me moving forward, I didn't know how to handle that. So I got out of what was working and I started to try to do the get rich quick stuff, right? You hear about people learning how to make money online and they're flashing like fancy cars and this and that, like, hey, just pay for this training, you're going to have it. Well, I paid for one of those trainings and I didn't get it. So in that time, that's when I kind of found Lurn. And during that, I noticed things were a little bit different than what I was kind of used to before, in a good way. One day, it was not long after that moment, it was maybe like a couple, 6, 7 months later, I actually left the software engineering field. I got on the phone with Jeremy because he was actually the person to talk to me about, hey, if you want to learn how to write a book, come to Lurn.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay. It was a big investment at the time, especially for someone who just, lost their source of income. And I remember that phone call because it kind of changed my life. Because at the time I was learning all these different skills and I'm like, wow, this guy really, he has this stuff together. So like, yeah, like if anything, just because the phone call alone makes you want to kind of just run through a wall a little bit. So I go to the Lurn Center all the way across the country, Maryland. I meet Jeremy, I meet Anik, great people. It was wonderful. And he's like, hey, because you're in this, if you actually do what we tell you to do, basically show us that respect as your mentors and apply what you're learning, we'll put you in this other program that, again, unfortunately, they don't no longer offer. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is right before that happened, that program, I lost my grandmother, the grandmother I was raised by. And while I knew it was coming, it was tough, but I still went to the program, got a lot of it, met some great people. A couple months later, I lost my grandfather. A few months after that, my mother was murdered by my little brother. And so that whole year of 2019 was rough. Now, this is where it kind of gets different. Jeremy hits me up early 2020. I think it was January. It was January 2020. He said, hey, look, I got this new thing going on. I definitely want you to be a part of it. And at the time, not only was I in a lot of grief and confusion and frustration, remember, I lost my job. I wasn't making any money. Those get rich quick schemes and all that didn't work for me. And the stuff I was learning from Lurn, I wasn't applying because of said grief.
Yeah.
But once Jeremy got me back under his wing to get me certified as a mastery coach, things start to turn around again because it wasn't necessarily what I was about to teach somebody else. I had to apply those lessons to myself.
Yeah.
And a lot of the lessons that I was going to quote unquote teach, I had to live it. And once I started to live it, things started to change. But the main thing I want to take from that story is during that mastery certification process, I was telling the story about, what happened to my mother and the side effects, like my father wanted to leave the state and move to Texas and sell the house. And I had a very powerful conversation with Crystal. Jeremy, you might actually remember this conversation where I was very upset that the house was going to be sold. And I'm like, if the house is sold, then my mother's memory is going to be gone. And she calmly and with so much like care in her voice, let me know, like, look, your mother's memories are still going to be with you. But let's be honest, Jeremy, let's be honest. Who needs a house at this point? I'm like, well, nobody, no one lives there. She's like, right. Well, whose dream house was it? I'm like, it was my mom's. Well, did she need it? I'm like, no. Well, are you going to forget your mother just because, none of your family live in a house anymore? I'm like, no, I won't. Yeah. Conversation went on and I started to realize like, yeah, you know what? You're right. In that same circumstance, because it wasn't like I can change it. The house was being sold, whether I liked it or not. Yeah. I looked at it totally differently now. And because of that care and compassion of that Crystal and Jeremy showed with me, I was able to kind of move past that and really start my healing process from all that grief and that trauma. So I know I kind of took a dark road a little bit, but that's why I say how much time you got about that story, because when I think about Lurn, I don't think about the stuff I've learned. I've learned a lot, especially from copywriting from Anik, but it's those moments that I really take with me because those are the ones that really change my life in the ways that I can feel every single day.
Yeah. Well, and those are the moments that turn you into a business owner that allows you to grow exponentially, right? Because those are the moments where you can now actually take those tactical things you're learning and put them into practice in a way that matters, right? Because like you said, you're now becoming the person that can go do that. You mentioned, when you were going through all of that, and it seems like circumstances are taking over, and you are in that place, it doesn't matter what nothing's going to work, right? 100%. Because we're just so kind of like succumb to that. But when you have the right people around you, and I really appreciate, Victor, you mentioned this, especially that conversation with Crystal. I do remember that. And I know how she articulated it afterwards and just shared, like she was crying and she was really emotional about it afterwards because of the impact it had. To have the right people around you that, again, care enough about you, the entrepreneur, the person, that is who you want to have in your circle as you go through this wild ride as an entrepreneur, right? So for all of you listening, like, that is who you want in your corner. You want people that are not just here to throw another tactic or another strategy your way to be able to sell you something or, upgrade you to the next thing or whatever. Like, no, you want people who care enough about you, the person, to figure out what is really going to help you win. What is going to help you win? What is going to help you grow your business, be able to build quality relationships, be able to become a better entrepreneur, be able to long-term build wealth at a level that creates a generational shift in your family. And the reason you guys are hearing so much emotion from this is because this is what you should be emotional about. This is your life. This business is a reflection of the way you show up in that life. That's what's great about online information business. You get to share the more you grow, the more valuable you become in the marketplace. The more valuable you come in the marketplace, the more money you make and the more people you impact. And guess what? The more opportunity you now have to continue to grow, the more you can invest in yourself, the more you can continue to impact others, the more you can continue to build wealth. It is a growth-driven business. That's what's so great about the online information business is the more
Jeremy,
you
let
grow.
me interrupt you real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off, but I want to piggyback on that point. Now, again, I left off on like, oh my God, my mom's dead and this and that. But here's the thing. After Jeremy took me under his wing, remember I told you guys I left land investing? Well, I got back into it. But at this time, I literally had a negative bank account, negative $275 in my business account, and my personal account had maybe like $30.
Yeah.
I needed to get back into what was working. And because of the mastery curriculum, I was able to tap back into that. And just the way Jeremy always says, not just let's be honest, he says that a lot, but there's always a solution for the committed.
Yeah.
So I linked up with one of my old mentors that actually knew all about land investing. He got me back into it. He didn't really tell me much new information. He just says, oh, you can try to contact people in a different way that costs less. I'm like, great. So I basically went back and I found some property to buy for $375.
Wow.
So I bought a couple and I sold each of them for $1,800 a piece. Because of what we learned and how to kind of understand your humanness and understand you're going to go through the ups and downs, but you can still go through it anyway if you just tap into that stuff inside of you. I was able to find those lower cost deals and make a lot more money. And now things have changed. And obviously I just kept buying and selling. And then to take it one step further, because of the help that Jeremy and Crystal gave me, I now give that same help to others. So other people who are trying to learn how to invest in property like I do, low cost property, I'm showing them that. But I'm basically copying their model that they've showed me for coaching. Like that's my offer.
Yeah.
Thanks to them.
Well, and the way that you show up for your clients is inevitably it's just a reflection of the results that you're getting. You're actually bringing in amazing clients. When you were here, it was awesome to hear, you were thinking, man, I got like 10, 12 clients and 30% of them are getting some amazing results right now. Like, oh my gosh, what do I do? And we made it clear, like, that's awesome. You got 30% of people that are following through with what you're doing and getting amazing results. And now let's just continue to grow that and let's help the others get moving. But them following through and them being committed, that's a reflection of your commitment. And I love what you mentioned, which is, that call that we had. And, you mentioned and you reference it as a call that it basically changed your life. It was life-changing. We have heard that. It's incredible. We have heard that from so many of our students that say it is that call. Guys, for all of you listening, it is the call that you're booking right now, going to lurn.com/empire. We have so many students, like Victor just mentioned, that reference that call as the call that changed their life. And there's a reason for that, because no matter what you do on that call, you're going to experience something that is absolutely life-changing. And you're going to finally have confidence and clarity on your path forward. And we have several people actually that have mentioned, not only is that the call that changed their life, but that is something that they actually schedule on their calendar as a yearly reminder to celebrate that specific day, because that was the day that everything changed. So if you guys want to experience that, if you guys want absolute clarity, guys, do not allow today to go by without giving yourself the gift of knowing absolute clarity on exactly what your road is moving forward. And the best way that we can support you in doing that, so that it gives you absolute certainty, is to speak with you, right? Because I can't see or hear you right now. I'm not sitting right next to you in person and be able to connect with you on what your situation is. So book a call so that we can do that. We can understand exactly what that looks like, exactly what the path forward is. So that's, it's really, really powerful, Victor. Really appreciate you sharing that. And thank you for opening up about what you've gone through. I was not expecting that. Thank you for sharing that. I know that whole experience. I know what it meant to you to go through that. But more importantly, I know what it means for you to be able to be now a living example to others, that no matter what you face, you can do something special, and you can build a business that matters. So for you, Victor, what has been the most meaningful thing, and what has set this experience of being a part of Lurn apart from anything else that you've done?
I think the people I've met, because honestly, like what you can learn at Lurn, there's other people who are teaching it. And depending on who you are as a person, maybe, person X teaching it may resonate with you more than Anik or Jeremy or anybody else. The information is going to be solid, of course, but it's actual the personal touch, the connection, not just with the people showing you the way, but the different colleagues that you actually learn to, or you're learning with at the same time. And those connections that you make, like a lot of the people that you shown, Jeremy, I've met in person. I know them. They know me. Like if they were to see me on the street, they were like, "Hey, Vic, how you doing?" And vice versa. Like I don't know many other places where that would happen. Like think about the other programs I've tried. There's very few people I still know and recognize. Yeah. Lurn's been different. So it's that connection. And then because of that, for me personally, anyways, I can't speak for everybody out there listening, but there is a sense of accountability knowing that people are out there, they're trying their best. It may not, their success may not shoot like a rocket. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but they're putting in work. So you're like, you know what? I can't not be that guy that's not putting in work. No matter what happens, I at least got to try. I got to implement, I got to see what happens and adjust because of those personal connections. Like you don't want to let yourself down. You don't want to let them down. Like when they ask you, hey, how's things? How's business? You don't be like, well, I haven't done anything, So it's that personal connection that's like really, it really stuck with me the most. And that's the most impactful for me personally.
Yeah. Well, being able to have that connection with you and see your growth from where you have started from to now what you're doing and the impact you're having, that's what's most meaningful to us, man, to be able to experience that with you and to continue growing with you, man. I'm excited for what's to come and who, you get to continue growing into and how we, continue to go forward. So I appreciate you, man. I really, really love, being able to hear just the details of what you've gone through and how you have faced that, just with, seriously, man, the grace and the courage required to really create something special from it. So thank you for being willing to share that. And congratulations on rocking it with the business, and the impact you're making in this community is remarkable. So continue to do that, man. And I really appreciate you being willing to come on and share with everybody.
Yeah, no problem. I was glad to be here. I hope my story helps somebody. One last thing I'm going to leave you guys with. Jeremy kind of alluded to this earlier, and in my Facebook group, I had a big post about this because I did it myself recently. A lot of times we make decisions based on our current circumstances, and a lot of times those decisions are basically not the best because they're not aligned with our vision, where we want to be, how we want to get there. Yeah. So sometimes we have to make those tough choices to do the thing that may seem tough in the moment, but it's going to take us to where we want to be next month, 2 months from now, next year, whatever. And that way your future self can thank your past self for actually staying committed to the vision and not letting outside or the current circumstances with no money, no job, no, sickness, relatives that's not doing well, whatever, stop us from moving forward.
Yeah, man. No, it's really big, because if you're going to make an impact, circumstances cannot be the thing you depend upon to make decisions. If you're going to make an impact in a business, if you're going to run a business, if you're going to be a real entrepreneur long term, it's not going to be possible to have your business be driven and dependent on circumstances. Because, just imagine what you thought is not possible tomorrow, you thought was not possible 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And guess what? It's possible. Things happen. And unless you're willing to make decisions based off of like what Victor said, what is aligned with your vision? For example, think of the two roads that you could go down. You can continue doing things on your own, continue to just try to figure things out. You can continue to do things the way you've always done them, right? That's certainly an option. You could also do something different, right? Do something radically different that sends you down a completely different path. The question you got to ask yourself is, what is the benefit? What is the best possible scenario in both of those paths, right? What is the best possible scenario? And which one aligns with the vision you have, right? Which one best aligns with the vision you have? And that's where you must make decisions from. And so I love that you mentioned that, Victor, in terms of it's really important that we're not just kind of floating through our journey as an entrepreneur and allowing circumstances to throw us wherever it might go. Because at that point, we're never going to come together with our vision. Because at the end of the day, guys, I think all of you would agree, your vision includes you doing bold things, does it not? Your vision includes you operating from a place of courage, does it not? Well, what's the opposite of courage and never being willing to step up and do bold things? If it is where you are now, it's time to do something different. So that is the message. And I really appreciate, Victor, you speaking to that and sharing your story and being willing to just open your heart with the community and being able to come on and serve. Really appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, no problem. It was fun.
Yeah, man.
I love it. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I look forward to seeing you again in person too.
Absolutely. Soon.
Yeah, man, for sure. All right, man. Thank you so much, Victor. And everyone, give Victor a nice virtual round of applause in the chat box. Give a Victor in the chat box here. Awesome. Very nice. You guys are welcome. And again, you can see, please, I hope you guys are noticing, right? The genuine nature of the people in this community are a direct reflection of the way that Anik and I show up for this community. It's why we want to be able to speak with you to be able to understand what the path forward is, for a couple of reasons. To be able to best serve you, right? So that you know personally exactly what direction is best, but also so that we can identify, do you meet the level of character and commitment that, you know what, we have identified after 30 plus years of doing this and hundreds of thousands of people just like Victor. We've identified not, think of Victor's circumstances, right? Could you imagine if after me speaking to him, I heard about everything that he was going through and all the challenges and all the obstacles, and I were to demean Victor to his circumstances and say, oh, well, I guess you're going through a lot right now. I guess you can't really follow your dream. I wish you could enter this program, but it's a lot of money and I guess you're just not going to be able to do it. What if that was my response to him? How dare I? However, that's been the response to yourself and your own decisions for how long? That's been your reply to you and your dream. That's just not the way that I don't see that. I don't see the circumstances that you're going through in you, in the heart of you. I don't see the circumstances. I see the potential of breaking through those circumstances rounded in the decisions that matter. That's what happened when I spoke to Victor, when I spoke to Mike, and when our team has communicated with all the members that you've seen this week. We're not going to look at you and see your circumstances. We're going to look at you and see the heart of what is possible, because that is your future if you decide to say enough is enough. And so when you book this call, take a moment to also recognize this is a line in the sand. This is a line in the sand. And at the very minimum, you are going to have absolute clarity on your path forward to know, here's what I get to do. Here's what I get to figure out. Here are the solutions I get to come up with. Here's the path forward. Again, whether that is Digital Empire or not, right? We want to make sure any of you that qualify to get an invitation to Digital Empire, we can lay that out for you, and we can make sure that that is, that is the direction. But we want to make sure that it really does actually serve you, right? So that conversation is a line in the sand for you. And it is an opportunity to get absolutely clear on the right path forward. So go to lurn.com/empire. What I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to go ahead and put a timer up of, it's not going to be on screen, but we got 3 minutes, okay? I'm going to give 3 minutes, and I'm going to go into the chat here, and I see you guys, those of you that are still with me and have not yet booked your call, all right, have not yet booked your call, type in a number 2 if you have not yet booked your call and you're still with me, okay? Again, it's all good. We're family here. It's okay. I'm not gonna, not gonna call you out, but be honest with me. Number 2, very simple question, guys. Why have you not yet booked your call? What is really holding you back from booking your call? I see a couple of people mentioned that there is, I think it was Daniela I saw. Somebody was mentioning that she was having an issue trying to get into that page, lurn.com/empire. I know there's a lot of people that are going to it right now, and we're actually running really, really low on spots right now, which means go there right now. Literally open it right now in another tab. Open lurn.com/empire in another tab. Do that right now and see if it opens. So make sure that it actually loads for you, okay? And if for any reason you're having an issue getting the, the $100 hold, if that is, if there's any issue confirming that, or if there's any issue with being able to book your call, you can email support@lurn.com and just let them know, hey, I'm part of the Digital Empire Challenge. I'm trying to book my call. I just want to make sure it's going through. I want to make sure I'm speaking to somebody in the next 24 hours, and they will take care of you. Okay. We'll make sure, guys, if you are serious about speaking to someone and getting confidently clear on where you want to go forward, moving forward, we will make sure that you have the opportunity to speak with somebody. Okay. We'll figure it out. I know we're low on spots right now, but we will figure it out with our team to make sure that you're speaking to someone if you're having any issue or whatnot with the page. So lurn.com/empire. Do that right now. All right. So I'm going to go back into the chat box here and see if I can get to. Okay, cool. You guys are on the page. Awesome. Very nice. Okay, yeah. So some of you are mentioning I've been trying, and it's not coming up. So if you're having any issue whatsoever, email support@lurn.com. They'll take care of you. Okay, guys. You'll immediately get connected with somebody from the Lurn team. And again, hey, we're all in this together. All right. They're part of the bigger team that is here to support you and serve you and make sure you have the best possible experience over these 5 days. And if you're serious about speaking with somebody from the team, if you're serious about speaking to an advisor, they'll take care of you and make sure that that happens. Okay. So reach out to them, support@lurn.com, and maybe put in the subject line, speak to an advisor or call booking. And that way they can get to it ASAP so that they can support you with doing that. Because really in the next 24 hours or so, you want to be speaking to an advisor. You really want to be having that conversation. Let's see. Going through the chat, there's a lot of things in the chat here, guys. So I'm just going through it just to make sure over the next couple of minutes. We got 2 more minutes left, guys. 2 more minutes. Go to lurn.com/empire right now. Lurn.com/empire. Do that right now and book your call. All right. We got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. I'm just looking through the chat to see if there is anything from those of you that have maybe just not booked yet. A lot of you mentioned that you were having a trouble booking it. That's just because there's a lot of people on there right now, guys. It's all good. We got you taken care of. Don't worry. Okay. If you want it, if you are committed to booking that call, we'll make sure that we support you with that. All right. Let's see. So Brooke, if that's the case, no worries. I would just encourage you to still book your call and speak to somebody. and let's have a conversation about what that path forward is. It's totally fine, right? But at least you'll have certainty, right? At least we'll know. Here's the thing. I just don't want you guys leaving today, let alone this week, and thinking to yourself, man, I'm really not sure, right? I really would love to know. I don't want you guys to be depriving yourself of that opportunity to at least have that conversation and to know. So better to have the conversation and know with certainty than not have it and still kind of be wondering, right? So book the call. I would say absolutely book the call, Brooke, and let's come together. Again, guys, make sure that you're booking this call because what we share with you aligns with you, okay? Don't book the call because I'm telling you to book a call. I'm not telling you to book a call. I'm inviting you to make a decision, right? So book the call if it aligns with what we shared in terms of the way to build a business, the way to approach building a business that matters. And of course, if you are serious about working very closely with Anik and myself and the Lurn team and all the resources that we put behind Digital Empire, it is a very hands-on, very deep mentorship program where we get really, into the details and help you get things moving, right? You've got the accountability, the support, the feedback, you've got world-class coaching to be able to support you through things. So, there is a serious investment on our end to be able to provide that level of support, that level of mentorship, that level of hands-on feedback from many different angles. We got our whole team behind that experience for you. So yeah, there's a big investment on our end. And so of course, if you decide to move forward, there is an investment, but we want to make sure that it's the right thing for you and that you do align with the values that represent our larger Digital Empire community. People like Victor, people like Mike, people like Nita and Tutsian and John, they all have one thing in common. They applied the principles that are the foundation of what we have inside of Digital Empire. They've all gone through and applied those principles. And we have it all encapsulated inside of that program just for you guys. All right. So book your call, speak to an advisor, have that conversation. And we'll give it one more minute here, guys. One more minute. Let me just confirm to make sure we have spots still available. And make sure that we are good to go. Are you guys on the page, lurn.com/empire? See if it opens, make sure that it does. And again, if you have any issues, go ahead and send an email to support@lurn.com, okay? I know we went a little bit over today. Again, we ended the training, long ago, all right, after we did the keynote with Perry Belcher, as well as gave you some insight into the way that we apply what Perry Belcher was sharing with you about offers in Lurn, right? We had the director of copy, John, came on and shared some insight on how we're applying that at Lurn. That was day 3, guys. That was day 3. How many of you would say, give me a yes in the comments. How many of you would say with just that alone, with the primary focus of day 3, with Perry's training and with being able to bring somebody on like John from the executive team of Lurn to share with you how we're applying that, how many of you have got more than you could have asked for coming into day 3? So we had that training. We closed it all out. I got you guys the homework, and those of you that stayed on to kind of go through some inside look of what our students are doing, to get introduced to the way that you can communicate with our team about Digital Empire, and to hear from people that, again, are doing it, that are living it, that are walking examples of what we're sharing with you here, right? I don't want you to just take my word for it. I don't want you to just take Anik's word for it. Our word is one thing. The results that we produce on a daily basis in this community and the people that their lives are completely changed, we want that to speak to you, right? Because that speaks for itself, right? So being able to experience that, we wanted to go a little bit over time. We wanted to give the respect to the people that, are here, Mike and Victor, of course, being willing to share their heart with you guys. And quite honestly, to be very clear with you, my heart of service does not have a time frame. Okay. So if I needed to say another 3 hours with you, I would. If that's going to serve you and helping you grow, I would be willing to do that. All right. I know you guys, we're going to close up here soon, so don't worry, we're not going to do that. But my heart of service to helping you achieve things that you never thought possible does not have a time limit to it. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to wake you up, to support you and to guide you and to hold you accountable to the standard that you say you're committed to. And by you being here, you've already made a pretty severe declaration of saying enough is enough. By being here and by taking the actions you guys have taken, that is a pretty clear declaration that, listen, if you are as serious as I believe you are by being here, then I'm not going to do you the disservice of not taking a stand here with you and just drawing a line in the sand and saying enough is enough. This is the moment. This is the week. This is it where everything changes. Let's make it happen. Right. So, I hope you guys can appreciate that. I know we're over time, but I really don't give a damn. My heart of service to you does not have a timeline. And so I'm going to look in the comments here. I know we got a lot of them, and I'll see if there's anything that maybe I can address to support you guys. Those of you that have not yet booked a call and you're still with us after 3 hours, I would really invite you to go ahead and follow through with that. All right. Follow through with that. It's lurn.com. Yep. Here you go. Lurn.com/empire. Okay. Lurn.com/empire. Let me get to anything here in the Q&A, anything in the chat box. I'll leave this up here for a second here, guys, while I'm looking through this. Yeah. Pull it up right now, guys. Pull it up right now. Lurn.com/empire. Just pull that URL up and you can go ahead and book your call. Okay. Let's see. Awesome. I see Maria. I see David. Who has booked? Type in a number 1. Who has booked and you are confirmed and you are in the calendar with one of our advisors? Type in a number 1. I'm gonna give you guys some shout outs and some acknowledgments for taking action and for following through. That's awesome. Congratulations, guys. And we are looking forward to coming together with you. I see Celia, very nice. Camilla, very cool, nice. Mike, Jasmine, congratulations, very nice. Let's see. Anyone else? Oh, there we go. Wow. Okay, it took a second to load. Now I'm seeing a ton of ones. So Serge, Mike, Yasmin. I see. Man, I'm gonna butcher this name, but it looks like Jofe. Did I say that right? Hannah, very nice. Sergey, Ginetta, very cool. Congratulations, guys. Very, very nice. Jessica, all right. So I'm going back through some of the comments, and before we leave here in the next 30 seconds or so, before we head out, I want to see if I can maybe address anything that you guys have here. Let's see. You guys enjoyed Perry, right? That was pretty awesome. That was really, really powerful. Did you guys get a lot out of that with Perry? Truly a legend of the industry. I'm telling you guys, this was gold handed to you today. Seriously. This was absolute gold. Yeah, some of you are mentioning total gold mine. Yeah, really, really good stuff. You're very welcome. Oh, thank you, Josephine. Josephine says, thank you so much, Jeremy. Today was another exceptionally mind-altering day. See you guys tomorrow. Absolutely. Bob, nice. Bob says, great bloke by the sounds of it. You're very welcome. Absolutely, guys. So I know there's like a ton of comments. I don't know that there is anything. It looks like a lot of you that were trying to book that didn't. It was primarily because the page or something was going on there. So email support@lurn.com. Let's see. So Anne, I saw you. Anne mentioned, I've been trying to, but it's not accepting my name. That's all good. Anne, we'll get you and we'll make sure you're taken care of. And everybody go and those of you that are on the page and it's just not kind of confirming, or again, it's just because a lot of people are on it right now. It's maybe just, delaying or something. If you're having any issue with lurn.com/empire, just email support@lurn.com and they'll get you taken care of. Okay. Let's see. Learning. Let me address this. This is an important one. And guys, throughout the rest of the week, especially tomorrow when we do traffic and everything, and we'll go through some things to make sure that you're more and more clear on exactly how to implement this stuff. All right. Learning made a good point. I'm going to address this one. So they mention that I still need to go through the first thing, which is like email startup incubator, right? So basically asking the question, do I need to complete email startup incubator, which is another training inside of the Lurn platform? I think many of you actually have access to that. Do I need to complete that before I enter Digital Empire? The answer to that question is absolutely not. If you qualify for an invitation to join us in Digital Empire takes that experience to a whole nother level. All right. It is supporting you in growing your online information business. Email marketing that you guys would be learning in Email Startup Incubator is an important part of that. Yes, absolutely. With Digital Empire, we go even deeper. You have access to me, to Anik, to our team. You have regular coaching. We have regular weekly, multiple, almost on a daily basis, weekly specific topic driven trainings of coaching to support you and really provide personalized solutions to whatever challenge or obstacle you're facing, whether that is, copywriting, whether that is funnels, whether that is your any tech issues of building out your funnel, whether that is your offer creation, your course creation, enrollment at a premium level if you're doing the premium path. So you have multiple different resources, and we just go much farther and much deeper. And you have a community of people like, Mike and Victor and everyone. So it is a whole nother level. It's not even on the same planet or galaxy. The deeper experience, coaching, mentorship, accountability, tools, training, it is an amplifier to that process. And you do not need to complete ESI or any other training before you enter Digital Empire. Digital Empire will be an accelerator to your business growth. Okay. So I just want to make that very, very clear. I know many of you have access to, either ESI or some other training inside of Lurn Nation. That's awesome. But if you're looking for the deepest level of mentorship we have available to you inside of Lurn to grow a profitable online information business and really identify the path that's most profitable and going to be able to put that into practice, it's Digital Empire. It's Digital Empire. All right. And it'll be an amplifier to anything that you're doing right now. Let's see. Any other things to address? That was a good one. Thank you for mentioning that. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes. What are the two parts of the triangle? So let me bring that up. All right. So you guys are awesome. Thank you. I appreciate you guys mentioning this. So let's go through this really quickly. All right. And how it applies to a powerful, powerful offer. All right. Let's do it. I love it. You guys are paying attention. You guys are on top of it. This is awesome. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. So let me share with you the other two major components of this triangle. So let me go ahead and this should come up. Do you guys see my screen? Boom. Look at that. We're on it. So you remember I talked about this, right? The three elements, the triangle of transformation, the three elements of a powerful, incredible offer. All right. So remember what Perry talked about when it comes to building a real suite, a foundation of amazing offers. Well, guess what? In every one of those offers, it requires these to be there. Okay. It requires these to be there. All right. The first one is new information. Why? Because we can't get to transformation. We can't create transformational results in our lives without new information. If new information is not coming in, then we're just going to stay the same, right? Think of somebody like Victor or Mike or Tutsian or Nita or John that you've heard from this week. Think of you in your own life, right? You've never created something transformational in terms of a result without having new insights or information come in. So the information is crucial. The information is crucial, but we need these other two. Without these other two, it's just information and nothing's going to change. Does that make sense? So we've got to have the information, but we also need these other two. And here's what they are. And again, this is what you build amazing, amazing programs around. Okay. This is what you build amazing programs around. So you've got the information, right? And then you also need, right? You need the massive action, right? Now I'm writing it out in this way, massive action, because it aligns with what we've discussed right this week of taking immediate, imperfect, decisive action. You can look at this and it could be referenced as training, as practice, right? You're putting it into practice. You're taking this insight and actually doing something about it. This information, this knowledge without execution is delusion. This information or knowledge without execution is delusion. Let me repeat that. Knowing it without ever doing it is to never really know. Did you guys get that? To know it and never execute it or do it is to never really know. So you must have the element of inspiring, meaningful, and massive action within the scope of your offer, right? Or else you're just feeding, feeding people with information. That's not useful on the surface. It must be coupled with massive action, actually practicing this information in real time. And you could think of this, again, as training, right? Oh. You don't have to spell to build $1 million business. I hope you guys realize that. So training, right, is really the foundation of massive action. To be able to take massive action is really training in practice. Think of like a martial artist. They don't just read about martial arts. They train every day, day in and day out. And there's a saying that you're only as good as your previous training. You're only as good as your previous training. Another way of looking at this, right? Another way of looking at this is, let's say that you are really passionate about boxing and you've read every book about boxing. You know everything there is to know about boxing. You know every little detail. If we were to ask you something, you'd be able to pull out the insights in an instant. You know everything there is to know about boxing. So you've got all the information. Well, what the hell good is that going to do for you the moment you step in a ring with Mike Tyson? That ain't going to do a damn thing. You are only as good in the marketplace as an entrepreneur as your last training, applying the insight and information that you are gathering. Make sense? Taking immediate, imperfect, decisive action. So that element is important to have in any offer that you share, right? So something, for example, the reason you see people with amazing results in the people that we're sharing with you is because we are inspiring massive action every step along the way. We're not just feeding you with insight on how to build a business. We are feeding massive action to train, to practically apply this stuff, right? So that's why we simplify it so that you can practically implement. So that is the second component. Let me give you the third, all right? Let me give you the third component, okay? So you've got the new information coming in. So you are gaining new insight as to what's possible, as to a new direction, and you're gaining the information required to grow forward. Well, there's no growth without massive action, without training, without consistently putting it to practice, right? That immediate, imperfect, decisive action. Well, this third element, all right, this third element is where you have the support and accountability. This is where it all comes together. Again, the reason that we have such unprecedented results and we can share with you multiple people, thousands of people that have succeeded, hundreds of people that have created the dream business in life that they always imagined or that they never thought was possible. Several of our students who have gotten to 6, let alone 5 figures per month, let alone per day, right? So the reason for that is because within, for example, Digital Empire, where we have all of these together and we put all the resources and tools and training and coaching and support in one place, it has the new insight and information required for you to grow. It inspires every step along the way, the necessary action for you to practically apply this. We simplify it down to its necessary components. We remove all distraction. We remove all of the things that are not necessary for you to implement, and we remove all the mistakes. An ecosystem that has this, along with the support and the accountability to hold you to the standard of excellence that you say you're committed to, so that not a day goes by where you are holding yourself back. Not a day goes by where you allow circumstances to override your commitment. You provide an ecosystem like this, success is unavoidable. That's what we've done with Digital Empire, right? It's a great example of how we apply these principles within Lurn. We apply these principles within Digital Empire, which is the absolute premier program of Lurn, where we are able to work with you hands-on. It is a deeper level mentorship, and we focus on being able to launch and scale an online information business the right way. But we've got to have these elements to be able to get any level of results. Anik and I could give you, literally hand you 30 plus years of information and insights and ideas. And that is not going to mean a damn thing to you if you're not taking massive action, if you're not following through with your side of the bargain. But also within the structure of the way we've created, for example, Digital Empire, within the structure of the way we created that, every step along the way has a very deep intention around inspiring that action, incentivizing that action, rewarding that action. And that is where it all really comes together, is when you are taking immediate, imperfect, decisive action on exactly what we tell you to do. And when you do that, guess what's going to happen? What do you think is going to happen when you do that? Do you think it's just going to be all, rainbows and roses, and you're just going to be having millions of dollars flow out your ears, and that's going to be the end of it? No. What's going to happen, because you're learning new things at a rate you've never done before, you are developing skills you never imagined you'd be able to learn, and you are doing things you've never done before that are so outside your comfort zone. Guess what's going to happen? One, you're going to be growing at an exponential rate, but two, you're going to be, it's going to be amazing and terrifying at the same time, okay? So you're going to be facing obstacles. You're going to be facing some really big struggles. And that's all a part of it. That's a part of the experience when you're growing at that rate. And guess what you need along that journey, so that you don't just come up against that challenge that you've never faced before and say, oh, this is something I've never done before. Oh my gosh, this is really scary. I don't know if I should be doing this. And you quit. No, not in an ecosystem like Digital Empire. That is not an option. That is absolutely not on the table, because we're going to be there supporting you, and you have the accountability, you have the coaching, you have the mentorship, you've got Anik and myself and the team right there with you. You've got an army of support to be able to find solutions with you. What would it mean for you guys, seriously, to be able to face some of the biggest challenges that you faced recently, whatever that is for you? Again, we're not going to know that until we speak with you. So make sure that you book your call, right? Lurn.com/empires. Let's have a conversation so we know what you are dealing with. But take any number of the big obstacles that you've faced recently that have held you back from really building your business the right way, really getting to your goals. Meaning, if we were to eradicate that obstacle, you'd be achieving what you're committed to. You know it. What would it mean for you the next time you face that obstacle? You can immediately turn to somebody in your corner, myself, Anik, the Lurn team, somebody like Mike, somebody like Victor, somebody like John, somebody like Chsllenge, who has been there, done that, who is able to just say, whoa, take a moment. You're going to be all right. Let's go ahead and just do this. How about not do this anymore? Let's just put that aside. Let's focus here. What would it mean for you to know that you don't have to spend another day allowing your vision to escape you, another week allowing your vision to escape you, another month allowing your vision to escape you, another year? What would it mean for you that within a couple of hours, hey, I can get some personalized solutions on what I'm dealing with and figure this out. You can get on a live coaching session to be able to get the necessary feedback, and you can immediately break through and move forward. How quickly do you think you'd be growing? That's what is an amazing offer. That's what is an offer that sells itself. We talked about that earlier, right? Why? Because again, I don't have to sell you on that. The results speak for themselves. I don't have to sit here and sell you on the idea of entering, whatever program. Like, no, that's not what we're here to do. And it sells itself. You want to be a part of something special. You want to be a part of what really, is truly going to be really the last program you'll ever have to get as an entrepreneur, because we're just going to be right there with you every step of the way, long-term. Great. Have a conversation. Let's figure it out. If that aligns with you, speak with one of the advisors and let's come together to see if, number one, it really is the right direction for you, so that we can make sure that we're doing right by you, right? We're not just throwing you into a program. Make sure that we're doing right by you. If it's not, that's fine. Continue doing what you're doing, or we'll lead you in a direction that supports you in Lurn that is maybe better for you. But that way we can at least know, number one. And then number two, come together on a solution. We can figure it out together. And we can start that relationship to see you grow moving forward, right? So that's what makes an amazing, amazing offer. That's what you must have as that triangle of transformation in your focus of serving the marketplace, right? If you're just a content charity out there in the marketplace, just giving out a bunch of information and you're overloading people with information that has no real practical way of being implemented, you're not serving them, right? You might be serving your ego to have likes and comments on whatever post you're making, but you're not serving them. You're not giving them a practical way to implement, right? Just think of what we're going through this week, right? Think of what we're going through this week. We're not just throwing the information your way and saying good luck. No, we are doing what's necessary and applying this information in a way where it's practically applied. And then we're going through action assignments. We're holding you accountable in the community and in the group. We're giving you incentives to take that action. We're giving you and rewarding you for taking that action and getting the result of following through with what you say you're committed to. That's an ecosystem where you can win. You've got the support of people in the Facebook group, right? That's an environment where you can win. Well, imagine we multiplied that by 1,000. Imagine we multiplied that by 1,000. Book a call. Have a conversation. Let's figure things out together. All right. So thank you guys for mentioning that. I'm glad somebody mentioned that. Thank you. Triangle of transformation, really, really important element to building amazing, amazing offers. Do you guys get a lot out of that? Yes? Can you type in a wow in the chat box if that was mind-blowing for you to be able to get introduced to that level of depth when it comes to offers? You've got the insight from Perry Belcher and the triangle of transformation. Guys, this is the way that you create offers that are so incredibly impactful. You guys enjoy that? I'm seeing a lot of wow. All right, guys, again, we went in terms of the official schedule, we went way over time. But like I said, my heart of service to you, to your dream, to what matters most to you, I don't have a time limit on that, guys. Because when I was in a position where I needed people to care enough about me and my dream to be there for me, to show up for me, it meant a lot to me that they didn't have a time limit to that and say, oh, well, I guess I got to go. Good luck. Right? So we're here for you guys. We're here for you. Continue to put in the work. You guys can go to lurn.com. It looks like we still do have a couple of spots. Let me see. I think we're getting very, very close to actually getting completely booked. So let me check here. Let's see. So yeah, lurn.com/empire, guys. Lurn.com/empire. Saw a couple comments there. So yeah, you can go there right now. And there are spots open. It looks like there are some spots open, and it looks like, yeah, it looks like there is a handful of spots. So you guys should be should be good. And if you're having any issue whatsoever, just email support@lurn.com. Cool. All right, everybody, I'm going to leave this up on the screen here for a little bit, but we are officially done for the day. Thank you guys for hanging out on this bonus session, if you will, for the last couple of hours for the bonus of what we have gone through, sharing some more insight about offers that are from our community, giving you guys an insight into, you know, with Mike and Victor, them coming on and sharing their story and what they've gone through and the success they're having and what they had to go through to do that, right? Remember I talked about this? There are two gateways to your vision. Do you have any doubt that Mike and Victor went face to face with those two gateways? Are you willing to sacrifice? Do you think that Mike and Victor, those two individuals, are willing to sacrifice whatever it takes to be able to live their dream? You damn well better believe it. Do you think that they are willing to do whatever is required to be able to accomplish what is meaningful to them? Guys, they're living examples of it. So yes, I mentioned it to you guys. We're giving it to you straight up. This is the reality. This is your wake up call. This is not just, hey, I'm going to show up and just make $1 million. Like, no, this is the reality check that opens you to what's possible and to what's required of you to create it. And that is all available to you. So go to lurn.com/empire. And let's get connected and see where you are and come together on what that looks like moving forward for you to grow with your online information business. All right. We will see you guys tomorrow for day number 4. Make sure that you're here. We're going to talk about traffic. We're going to talk about rocking out free traffic from YouTube, from Facebook. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure that you are here for day number 4. Day number 4 should not be as long. Day number 4 and 5, we're not going to go as long, I don't believe. If we do, it'll be kind of bonus extra session. Again, you know, you can leave whenever you like, but you know, we'll try to keep it at a reasonable time. Okay. But many of you are like, oh, this is totally, what are you talking about? This is reasonable right here. It's only a few hours. Some of you have already trained with me in a live event, right? We do like 12 hours straight. We just rock it out. No, it's good, guys. Thank you for sticking with me and for diving in, for taking action. Make sure that you're also doing your homework and posting that. Remember, I posted that earlier today. Make sure that you're posting that in the Facebook group. All right. And those of you that are on this page right now, go ahead and follow through with that booking. Okay. Go ahead and follow through with that booking. All right. You're very welcome. Dana says, oh, this is so fantastic. I want to start slowly to be able to offset my current salary and career. That's awesome. Dana, congratulations. Is there a step-by-step to start funnels and leads? Yes, Dana, absolutely. So Digital Empire, if you were invited into that, it is start to finish solution. We're going to get this thing up and running. We're going to get this thing going. And it is all in on making it happen. So yes, Dana, we have all of that inside of Digital Empire. But book your call. Did you book your call, Dana? Book your call and let's see, again, whether Digital Empire is the right direction for you, depending on where you are. And if it is, yes, you have all of that. You have all the start to finish solutions, templates, tools, funnels, all that stuff. So yeah, lurn.com/empire, guys. Everybody, lurn.com/empire is where you go. Let's see. So Bruce is mentioning, yeah, there's 5 components to a great offer, but I think I might have only 4. So I think I'm missing one. Any help on this? Bruce, book your call. Book your call and speak with us, and let's figure out exactly what it is that you have in place right now and exactly what needs to be in place to be able to build your digital empire. So book a call, Bruce. If you haven't already, make sure that you do that and we can speak to you and figure things out. All right. Yes, support@lurn.com if you're having any issue with this page. Cool. All right, everybody, enjoy the rest of your day. We will see you all tomorrow for day 4. Lurn.com/empire is where you book your call. Make sure that you are posting your homework in the Facebook group, and we will see you all tomorrow. Go ahead and share in the Facebook group too, guys. what was your biggest takeaways, right? What was your biggest takeaways from today? What did you get out of it? What do you appreciate most about the experience of today and hearing from Perry Belcher and the insight you got from that? Make sure that you're sharing that in the Facebook group. All right. Go share some love in there, and we will see you on the session tomorrow. Much love and respect to all of you. And as Anik always says, all right, as Anik always shares with you, guys, when life pushes you, stand straight, smile, and push it the heck back. That is immediate, imperfect, decisive action if I ever heard it. All right. Go out there and make something happen, get things going, and let's continue to progress forward today. See you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. We will see you tomorrow.